Chapter 664. Zhuolin's sharp sword-like eyes slowly narrowed. The deep region of his eyes was filled with doubt. At this moment, it was likely that the only one present who had a grudge with the Sun clan was the Bai clan. If all of this was a scheme by the Bai clan to shift all of the Sun clan's attention to his Zhuo clan, causing the two clans to fight in full swing, it was likely that two portions of the treasures deep within the remains would be divided. If that is really the case, Bai clan, you are really scheming. Zhuolin's voice was a little hoarse and cold as he slowly spoke. At the same time, the pressure that descended on the heads of the Sun clan members in front of him had also become even more frightening at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the faces of the Sun clan members swiftly turned pale. It was a long while later before the cold-faced Zhuolin finally withdrew his gaze. He turned his body and looked at Zhuo Bentang and Sun Shuo, who were in an intense collision. At the same time, Bai Ying, who was the leader of the Bai clan, carefully looked at Zhuolin. He frowned slightly and could not help but feel a wave of fear for this person's mind. This fellow is really a frightening person. He is actually able to link it to my Bai clan so quickly. However, Bai Ying softly muttered in his heart. He paused at the end. Immediately, a cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. That's all there is to it. Sun Shuo, I, Zhuolin, can clearly tell you that the person who killed your son is not my Zhuo clan. It is someone else. Zhuolin let out a loud cry. His pure white body suddenly shook. Immediately, a powerful aura swept out, transforming into an energy storm that violently charged toward Sun Shuo, who was currently engaged in an intense collision with Zhuo Bentang. Ha! At the same time, Zhuo Bentang's body in the air also suddenly shook. The aura that belonged to a 3-star Do Di immediately erupted from his body. It merged with Zhuolin's aura and forcefully forced Sun Shuo back. After which, Zhuo Bentang appeared somewhat weak as he repeatedly panted in midair. Although the two of them had only fought for a short time, Sun Shuo's original strength was stronger than Zhuo Bentang's. Adding his current condition, it was normal for Zhuo Bentang to be unable to defeat him. Zhuolin's body flashed when Sun Shuo was forced back. Soon after, he had already appeared in front of Zhuo Bentang. Facing Sun Shuo, the usual calmness on his face had already disappeared. What replaced it was a sharp cold glint that was as sharp as the edge of a sword. Even though Sun Shuo's strength was quite strong, as long as Zhuolin was on the Zhuo clan side, Sun Shuo would definitely not be able to rely on his own strength to deal with two elite Do Di regardless of how strong he was. At the same time, Sun Shuo, who had been forced back by Zhuolin and Zhuo Bentang, quickly regained his senses under the pressure of this aura. Just as the two of them had guessed, it was impossible for Sun Shuo to fight against the two of them by himself. Therefore, no matter how furious and crazy he was, he had to do his best to calm himself down. You say that my son was not killed by you. Who else could it be? It was a long while later before Sun Shuo slowly lowered his tightly clenched fist. The turbulent Do Qi on the surface of his body was also withdrawn into his body at this moment. Even though this was the case, the viciousness that filled his words did not reduce even a little. Zhuolin's heart on the other side relaxed when he heard Sun Shuo's words, which were dark to the extreme. As long as this fellow in front of him was willing to stop, he was confident that he could convince Sun Shuo. It is naturally the Bai clan. Zhuolin took half a step forward in the air. His body stood steadily in the air as he spoke with a cold expression. The expression on Sun Shuo's face was initially startled when he heard this. Soon after, the expression on his face immediately became even more furious. Good Zhuolin. You actually still want to deny it at such a time. The people from the Bai clan had clearly entered the ancient forest earlier than my Sun clan. You may have seen Bai Ying, but have you seen his son, Bai Zhan? The furious words from Sun Shuo's mouth had yet to fade when Zhuolin's expression turned cold as he immediately cried out. When these words were uttered, not only Sun Shuo, but even Bai Ying from the Bai clan, Xiao Yan in the crowd, and a black-robed person who was standing in an unknown part of the crowd had a change in expression. Bai Ying was surprised in his heart. He did not expect that Zhuolin would not suspect him first. Instead, he would directly target Bai Zhan. It seemed that even after the previous incident, Zhuolin still held a grudge against Bai Zhan's strength. The expression on Xiao Yan's face under the black robe in the crowd involuntarily changed. Logically speaking, Zhuolin should not be aware of Bai Zhan's true strength. However, from what he had said, it seemed that he had already guessed Bai Zhan's strength. The fact that he was able to directly target Bai Zhan meant that he was not shooting without thinking. On the other side, there was a mysterious person who was similarly wearing a black robe. His face could not be seen clearly. At this moment, a solemn expression involuntarily surged onto his face under the black robe. However, soon after, the corners of his mouth under the black robe lifted into a cold smile. Zhuolin, how can I not know that you are suspicious of me? However, do you really think that I will not be on guard against you? Humph humph, under the black robe, after a low whisper sounded out, the black-robed person once again calmed down. From the way the black-robed person addressed him, this person was the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Zhan. At this moment, the expression on Sun Shuo's face completely froze the instant Zhuolin's words sounded out. However, soon after, the anger in his heart burned even more fiercely. Zhuolin. Bai Zhan's strength is merely a half-step emperor. Forget about the fact that he is currently seriously injured and unable to enter the remains. Even if he did enter, how could he be a match for Han Shi? Sun Shuo's face was filled with malevolence. The more Zhuolin spoke in this manner, the more he believed that Zhuolin was forcefully arguing. Humph, do you really think that Bai Zhan only has the strength of a 9-star half-step emperor? Have you ever seen a person with outstanding cultivation talent who could stay in the same level for over 10 years? Bai Zhan had already stepped into the 9-star half-step emperor realm 10 years ago. Do you think that with his cultivation talent, 10 years would not be enough for him to reach the Dodi level? Even that trash of a son of yours had only stepped into the 9-star half-step emperor realm a couple of years ago. Do you think that Bai Zhan's cultivation talent would be inferior to his? After being mercilessly mocked by Zhuolin, Sun Shuo's expression involuntarily turned ashen. Especially when Zhuolin mentioned Sun Hanshi, he was unable to vent the anger in his heart. Humph, that day, Bai Zhan said to that trash of a son of yours that he would definitely return the grudge from that day. What's wrong? Now that it has come true, as his father, you do not dare to believe it and do not dare to admit it. Humph humph, this is truly laughable to the extreme. His own son was being called trash by someone else. Even though Sun Shuo's heart was currently filled with anger, after hearing Zhuolin's words, he could not help but suspect Bai Zhan in his heart. Chapter 665. Bai Zhan. Bai Ying. Bai clan. Bai, I want your Bai clan. I want your entire Bai clan to pay for my son's life. It was a long while later before Sun Shuo suddenly turned his gaze around. The Do Qi in his body also surged out with a puff sound at this moment. He waved his large hand and the crimson-yellow Do Qi immediately agglomerated into a large knife. His body moved and he rushed in the direction of the Bai clan. However, at this moment, just as the corners of Zhuolin and Zhuo Bentang's mouths were slowly lifted into a smile, a loud cry was suddenly emitted from behind Sun Shuo in the hole. Chief Sun! Chief Sun! Your clan's heir, something has happened to the heir. As the voice sounded, Sun Shuo, who was in a fit of anger, suddenly turned around. At the same time, the large knife in his hand violently slashed down. Immediately, a crimson-yellow knife glow suddenly shot out and violently slashed past the two people who were running in the hole. Although the two of them were lucky not to be injured, the corpse they were carrying in their hands was forcefully knocked to the ground by the force contained in the knife glow. Soon after, Sun Shuo was about to attack with a heart filled with killing intent. However, in the next moment, the expression on his face suddenly froze. This was because when he clearly saw the clothes and the rough outline of the body of the corpse lying on the ground, Sun Shuo immediately recognized that this corpse was his eldest son who had just died a few days ago, Sun Hanshi. Hanshi. The pain in his heart could no longer be suppressed at this moment. Sun Shuo crushed the weapon in his hand. In the next instant, he had already appeared beside the already dead Sun Hanshi. His hands reached behind his neck and hugged Sun Hanshi's body. Hanshi, father guarantees that the person who killed you will be torn into 10,000 pieces and used his blood as an offering to you. Sun Shuo's arms tightly hugged Sun Hanshi, who had already died a few days ago. His voice was low and trembling. The crazy killing intent within his words could not be contained. Sun Che's death had already caused Sun Shuo's heart to be extremely sorrowful. This also caused him to pour all of his thoughts onto Sun Hanshi. Yet now, Sun Hanshi had actually died. How could Sun Shuo endure this in his heart? Soon after, just as Sun Shuo was about to slowly put Sun Hanshi down, the remaining two conspicuous injuries on the latter's face attracted Sun Shuo's gaze. On the left side of the corpse's face, there was an extremely conspicuous large fist imprint. This fist imprint caused Sun Shuo involuntarily to frown. He had a feeling that he had seen this fist imprint somewhere before. Immediately afterward, there was a clear scar on the right half of the corpse's face. Judging from the appearance of the scar, it was as if the corpse had been smashed by a brick from the side. However, the expression in Sun Shuo's eyes suddenly froze when he saw the tiny wound. There was no other reason other than the fact that the scar on Sun Hanshi's face was something that he had also suffered before. A few months ago, in Coldstream City, Xiao Yan had once left a clear ruler imprint on his face with a ruler. That attack was deeply etched in Sun Shuo's memory until now. In his heart, he hated Xiao Yan to the bone. At this moment, when he saw this familiar ruler imprint once again, Sun Shuo's heart immediately thought of something. This is, only after a long while did Sun Shuo slightly open his mouth as his teeth trembled. Although his voice was trembling, it was filled with endless killing intent that could pierce the heavens. Xiao Yan. The hoarse and low voice slowly drifted to every corner of the large hole. In an instant, the expressions on everyone's faces uniformly changed. When they looked at Sun Shuo, astonishment involuntarily surged into their eyes. Could it be that the true culprit behind Sun Hanshi's death was actually Xiao Yan? Although everyone present was an elite Dodi, the name Xiao Yan reverberated like thunder in their ears. This was especially the case when they heard of the battle result that Xiao Yan had created in Coldstream City a couple of months ago. It caused all the elite Dodi present to feel inferior in their hearts. At this moment, everyone present naturally turned their attention away from the Bai clan when they heard Sun Shuo say Xiao Yan's name. At the same time, even the Zhuo clan's attention slowly shifted away from the Bai clan. What do you mean? Are you saying that Xiao Yan killed Sun Hanshi? Even though this was the case, Zhuo Lin still held some doubt in his heart. Although he had heard quite a lot about Xiao Yan's legendary battle result, he ultimately thought that Xiao Yan was merely a bandit. Regardless of how strong he was, it was impossible for him to be a match for an elite Dodi. As for the battle in Coldstream City, if Xiao Yan had not relied on the Great Wei's strength to cause Sun Shuo to be careless, it would have been impossible for him to injure a Dodi. Hence, Zhuo Lin involuntarily frowned and asked when he heard the furious words that were emitted from Sun Shuo's mouth. Who else could it be other than him? This ruler mark can only be left behind by that strange weapon of his. Sun Shuo's hand gently rubbed the clear ruler mark on the right side of Sun Hanshi's face. At the same time, his voice was extremely hoarse as he slowly spoke. From this voice, it was not difficult to hear just what kind of terrifying fury was surging in his heart at this moment. Hearing this, everyone present, including Xiao Yan in the crowd, involuntarily threw their gazes over. Sure enough, on the right side of Sun Hanqi's face, there was a ruler scar that contained a scarlet color standing leisurely. Ha! When Xiao Yan saw the ruler mark for the first time, the expression on his face under the black robe involuntarily changed. He felt a surprise in his heart. His heart was completely unaware of this so-called ruler mark. Looks like there are some people who do not wish for me to remain in the dark. The dark black eyes under the black robe slowly narrowed. There was a cold glint lingering deep within his eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Yan raised his eyes and once again looked in the direction of the Bai clan. Currently, among all the people within the remains, other than the three brothers, only Bai Ying was aware of his identity. Although the three brothers were elite Do Di, they did not dare to attack Sun Hanqi. From the looks of it, it was likely that only the members of the Bai clan would dare to kill Sun Hanqi and push the blame onto Xiao Yan. Bai Ying, Xiao Yan softly muttered in his heart. Only then did he withdraw his gaze without anyone noticing. At the same time, Bai Zhan, who was also wearing a black robe, emitted a cold laugh at this moment from another spot in the crowd. In this way, regardless of what Zhuo Lin guessed in his heart, the spearhead would ultimately turn toward Xiao Yan. However, just as everyone's gazes were focused on the already dead Sun Hanqi, the entire large hall under everyone's feet suddenly began to shake intensely. Immediately, the expressions of everyone present changed. One after another, they stepped into the air. Only then did they see a heavy stone door, which had been sealed for an unknown number of years, slowly being lifted at the deepest part of the large hall at this moment, accompanied by the sound of a mechanism turning. Immediately, the gazes of everyone in the large hall were attracted to it. Following the opening of the stone door, numerous glaring golden lights shot out from within, causing everyone present to be unable to open their eyes for a moment. It was a long while later when the golden light slowly scattered. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. Only then did they discover that there was actually another stone room behind the stone door. Moreover, it was an even larger stone room. Chapter 666. Found it. The instant he found the lake, a wild joy involuntarily surged into Xiao Yan's heart. His heart involuntarily let out an exclamation. Even the spiritual strength that he had spread out also began to fluctuate a little. Roar! Because of this slight fluctuation, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, which had already spread to the air above the lake, suddenly shook. A shocking beast roar was once again transmitted into Xiao Yan's ear from within the mountain forest. At the same time, the strength that had spread to the air above the lake was also forcefully scattered by this beast roar. Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged within the mountain forest, suddenly paled. A solemn expression immediately surged into his eyes. As expected, this fellow's strength is indeed not something that an ordinary one-star Do Di can compare with. Recalling the words that the black-robed old man had said, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened. Soon after, however, his pair of white hands slowly clenched into fists. His black eyes revealed a determined expression. Even though the current Xiao Yan's strength was not comparable to his peak, he had to give it a try no matter what in order to obtain the spirit-gathering fruit. Xiao Yan's mouth once again exhaled a deep breath of air. His seated body slowly stood up. He turned his gaze and looked in the direction of the lake. If he was right, the soul-agglomerating fruit was located there. Soon after, Xiao Yan's toes pressed gently against the tree trunk. Do Qi shot out from under his feet. Xiao Yan's body was like an arrow that had left the bow as he swiftly flew toward the deep parts of the mountain forest. Xiao Yan's body was like a ghost as he shuttled through a countless number of towering ancient trees with a lightning-like speed. Even when he passed by some human elite Do Di, those people could only see a blurry black light flash before their eyes. They were unable to clearly identify what it was. The area of this ancient forest was so large that even though Xiao Yan's speed could be said to be frightening, there was still an extremely long distance between him and the lake after continuously shuttling for over 10 minutes. While Xiao Yan was surprised, he couldn't help but marvel at the owner of the ruins. With such extravagance, he really didn't know how powerful the owner of this ruin was. Along the way, Xiao Yan had sensed quite a few ferocious auras. There were even a few times when Xiao Yan brushed shoulders with some large and ferocious-looking magical beasts. If it were not for Xiao Yan's astonishing speed, it was likely that a fierce battle would have been unavoidable. Chi. However, at a certain moment, Xiao Yan, who was flying at an extremely fast speed, could not help but abruptly come to a halt. He frowned and turned his head to look behind him. With his powerful spiritual strength, Xiao Yan was able to sense that among the Dou-Di experts that he had passed by earlier, there seemed to be some who were flying in his direction. Moreover, there were quite a few of them. From the looks of it, they should have been attracted by Xiao Yan. Damn it, they are really a group of wolves. They bite me as soon as they catch me. Looks like I need to increase my speed. After cursing in his heart, Xiao Yan suddenly turned his head. His body shook and the Dou Qi in his body circulated at an even faster speed. With a move of his feet, the sky extinction steps was instantly used. His body flashed and immediately turned into a cool breeze that whistled through the mountain forest, shaking off the group of people behind him. Time quickly flew by as Xiao Yan hurried. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had already used the sky extinction steps to fly for nearly an hour. It was only at this moment that the lake appeared once again under the investigation of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. Found it. This time, Xiao Yan was not as wild with joy as before. Instead, he tried his best to suppress the emotions in his heart. As he flew forward at high speed, his spiritual strength carefully extended towards the lake. It carefully passed through the empty space above the lake and approached the small island in the middle of the lake. Before he even got close, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had already felt an extremely pure and surging spiritual strength. Feeling this strength, the soul orb in Xiao Yan's mind that had been silent for a long time immediately reacted. It buzzed and trembled a few times before slowly calming down. As expected, it is the soul condensation fruit. Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in surprise in his heart. His figure also quickly approached the lake. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan suddenly realized that on the land surrounding the lake, there was actually a huge magic beast corpse. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's heart was immediately shocked. His body that was swiftly rushing forward also hurriedly stopped in the sky. At the same time, his pair of dark black eyes carried a deep shock as he looked at the huge magic beast corpse below. This magic beast was a huge python. The surface of this python's body was covered with a layer of dark black scales that were even harder than steel. Numerous strange lines also appeared on its body. Although it had been dead for a period of time, the body of this magic beast was actually able to emit a faintly discernible pressure. This was enough to show just how strong this magic beast was when it was alive. This magic beast is actually at the Dou-Di class. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly hardened. His heart involuntarily felt a deep seriousness. A Dou-Di class magic beast had actually died outside of this lake. Earlier, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had clearly been attacked by some kind of magic beast. In other words, this magic beast corpse in front of him had either been killed by the owner of this lake and left here as a deterrent, or it was the original owner of this lake who had been killed in this place. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, Xiao Yan was certain in his heart that at this moment, there was definitely an even stronger magical beast hiding under the lake in front of him at this moment. Gulp gulp, even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, his throat involuntarily emitted a swallowing sound when he thought of this. At this moment, Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, actually laughed for some unknown reason, causing Xiao Yan to feel extremely confused. Damn it, the strength of this magic beast underwater is likely at least at the advanced 1-star Dou-Di class. This time around, I will have to go all out no matter what. His heart was extremely solemn as he quietly cautioned himself. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and the injured Northern King appeared beside Xiao Yan. After a couple of days of recovery, the two handprints on the Northern King's chest might have completely recovered. However, the crack lines that had been forcefully formed by the Doqi had yet to recover. Once he used the Northern King to fight, it was likely that this puppet that had followed Xiao Yan for many years would be destroyed here. Although Xiao Yan felt some reluctance in his heart, he also knew that he would have to pay a price in order to obtain something. Perhaps the price he would have to pay this time around would be the Northern King. Xiao Yan was still a little worried after summoning the Northern King. Soon after, a thought passed through his mind and 9 avatars immediately formed in the empty space beside him. After which, they merged into one. The strength of the avatars had also greatly increased after the merger. They had reached the advanced 5-star Band D class. Although it was somewhat impossible for them to greatly help Xiao Yan, a little more strength meant a little more protection. This was extremely important to the current Xiao Yan. After a couple of breaths, Xiao Yan led one of the avatars and the Northern King to the side of the lake. Xiao Yan's gaze passed through the surface of the lake and stared at the small exquisite tree on the small island in the middle of the lake. When he saw the milky white fruit on the tree, his emotions became even more fiery. Just at this moment, the calm lake in front of Xiao Yan suddenly began to churn. An enormous black figure gradually rose from the bottom of the lake. Finally, it broke out of the water. The first thing to appear on the surface of the water was a lightning-like horn. Following which, a huge snake head appeared. Following which, an enormous body appeared on the surface of the water. This magical beast was the same as the dead magical beast on the shore. It was also a snake-like magical beast. However, although it was clearly a snake, there was a lightning-like horn on the snake's head. Moreover, there were many whale-like patterns on its abdomen. However, the moment this magical beast appeared, the solemn expression that had just surfaced on Xiao Yan's face, who was standing on the shore, immediately became stunned when he clearly saw the magical beast in front of him. This was because the magical beast in front of him was the one that Xiao Yan had originally thought to be dead in the outside world, ancient whale snake. Chapter 667. Following the completion of the enormous formation, the stone platform under everyone's feet gradually stopped trembling. Soon after, however, before everyone present could recover, numerous golden rays of light swiftly agglomerated in the air above the stone platform. In the blink of an eye, 10 enormous golden light clusters stood in the empty air like suns. Rumble. When everyone looked over, they heard an earth-shaking rumbling sound being emitted from within. Soon after, golden light shot in all directions and an aura boiled. It was a long while later before the dazzling golden light gradually disappeared. After which, 10 enormous beasts appeared in front of everyone. The 10 enormous beasts were completely golden in color. Their entire bodies were shaped like gorillas. Their arms were long and their legs were short. Their bodies were well built and golden light lingered over them. Their golden fangs contained a dense cold luster, causing people to involuntarily feel fear in their hearts. A pair of scarlet-red beast eyes were filled with an unusually dense murderous aura. This point was something that even an elite Do-D would not dare to underestimate in his heart when he saw it. Other than this, numerous complicated formation symbols were agglomerated on the surface of the bodies of these 10 gorillas. Light also overflowed from them. Moreover, a powerful Do-Chi barrier was agglomerated on the surface of these gorillas. As long as this barrier was present, it would be impossible for the other party to easily defeat them even if they were an elite Do-D. The instant these 10 gorillas appeared, everyone present immediately threw their solemn gazes toward them. It was only at this moment that the members of the 4 great clans finally slowly raised their heads. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes swept over everyone present and directly looked at the 10+ energy clusters on the stone platform. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was among the crowd, also swept his dark black eyes over each of the middle-level Do-D on the stone platform. Finally, they paused on a cluster of light that was wrapped around a mysterious scroll. Xiao Yan's heart was not interested in those miscellaneous items. At this moment, the only thing that could move his heart among all the light clusters present was likely this scroll. Although he did not know whether this was a Do technique or a Qi method, he was certain that its tier would definitely not be low since it was able to appear on this stone platform. This was the reason why Xiao Yan had acted. Ah! Just as Xiao Yan was about to move, a sharp miserable cry suddenly sounded from the stone stage. Everyone's eyes hurriedly looked over and their expressions suddenly changed. They saw that the enormous magical beasts that had descended had actually begun to move at this moment. Their targets were the people on the stone stage at this moment. After these gorillas landed, they immediately waved their huge fists and attacked the people closest to them. The strength of this group of gorillas were all at the Do D class. When they attacked at the same time, their momentum was extremely shocking. Within a short instant, the area within 100 meters of the stone stage had already been dyed by bright red fresh blood. A couple of elite Do D were sent flying by a punch. Immediately, a dense bloody scent spread over the stone stage, causing one's heart to be shocked. This group of beasts is so strong, we must not underestimate them. When this scene appeared, the faces of the other elite Do D in the arena no longer dared to show the slightest carelessness. Those who were closer to them also swiftly moved their bodies and retreated some distance away. Below the stone stage, Xiao Yan, who saw this scene, also frowned. These huge beasts all had the strength of a Do D. Now that they were wantonly slaughtering, they were like tigers entering a flock of sheep when they attacked. Other than some elite Do D whose strength was not weak, any ordinary Do D did not have the strength to contend with them. Usually, they would only be able to exchange 2 or 3 blows before being forced back by these huge beasts. What a domineering formation! It is actually able to agglomerate such strong fellows. Just what kind of terrifying existence was the owner of these remains when he was alive? Haha, this monkey's strength is not bad. Let me have a try. Suddenly, at the front of the crowd, Huoba's mouth emitted an arrogant and unruly laugh. Soon after, his feet suddenly stomped on the ground and a corner of the stone stage immediately collapsed. His body also shot out like a cannonball, heavily shooting toward one of the 10 gorillas. Bang! Soon after, the sound of an explosion was heard from the stone stage when Huoba violently collided with the gorilla. In the blink of an eye, everyone saw Huoba's body explosively retreating. At the same time, the gorilla that was fighting against him also uncontrollably retreated a few hundred steps. However, it was forcefully stabilized. Seeing this scene, everyone in the arena immediately went into an uproar. They did not expect the gorilla's strength to be so terrifying. When it attacked, even Huoba, who was a 3-star Do D, was unable to kill it. What a strange formation. I did not expect that even with my strength, I would not be able to easily break its protective formation. This time around, I cannot be careless. Huoba softly laughed. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. However, soon after, his gaze passed over the gorilla and looked toward the top of the stone stage. Of course, from his current position, he was unable to truly see that place. Even so, when Huoba's gaze looked toward the top of the stone stage, a heated expression involuntarily appeared deep within his eyes. It could be seen that there was something extremely precious there. Soon after, Huoba's body suddenly moved. In an instant, he turned into a ray of light and swiftly swept past everyone on the stone stage. After which, he bypassed those huge beasts with lightning speed and charged toward the stone stage. Not good, this fellow actually wants to get the treasure first. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people from the other 3 clans below the stone stage changed. Soon after, the people from the 3 clans exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, their feet stepped on empty air and their bodies instantly turned into a meteor as they swiftly chased after Huoba, who was on the stone stage. At the same time, the other people on the stone stage once again turned their gazes toward those energy light clusters. In the blink of an eye, the middle section of the stone stage was filled with middle-level Do-D fighting with each other in order to snatch those energy light clusters. Adding the frightening strength of those 10 huge beasts, the situation on the stage had become extremely chaotic in an instant. After passing by everyone, the people from the 4 great clans also chased each other on the part of the stone stage that faced the top. Occasionally, there would be Do-Chi shooting out. Even the people below would occasionally be caught in the crossfire. At this moment, a flame flashed deep within Xiao Yan's dark black eyes under the black robe. His gaze stared at the energy light cluster wrapped around the mysterious scroll on the stone stage. At a certain moment, the footsteps under his feet changed slightly. The sky extinction step was instantly unleashed at this moment. His body also disappeared from this stone stage in an instant. Genius remembers home address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 668. The originally chaotic situation on the large pyramid-like stone stage had become even more chaotic due to the addition of these 10 enormous beasts. At this moment, even those experts in factions who wanted to take advantage of the situation were unable to stand idly by the side. This was because the mission of the 10 enormous beasts was to kill everyone on the stone stage. They were naturally no exception. In the sky above the stone stage, those light clusters appeared to possess their own intelligence in the face of the obstruction from the many experts. They were actually able to automatically turn as they flew, dodging all the large hands that were rushing over. Bang! Numerous human figures were moving around on the stone stage. The sound of fighting was repeatedly emitted from the midair. Occasionally, a figure would spit out blood and fall. Finally, they heavily smashed onto the stone stage below, causing the entire stone stage to be red. Numerous spiderweb-like crack lines were formed. Bang! The enormous beasts continued to wave their enormous fists. Each time they were swung, the space would shake. Their powerful strength caused the expressions of those elite Do-Di to change. Within a short moment, these 10 enormous beasts had already killed a couple of elite Do-Di. From this, one could tell just how frightening the strength of these 10 enormous beasts was. Ha ha! This scroll is mine. An elite Do-Di's hands were tightly hugging an ancient scroll that was about to escape from his hands at a certain spot on the stone stage. His old face revealed a heated smile under the shine of the energy light. However, before he could warm up the scroll in his hand, another figure suddenly appeared out of thin air beside him. Then, a saber ruthlessly slashed across his neck. Grog. Driven by greed, even someone as strong as an elite Do-Di would have a time when he was unable to withstand a single blow. A blade fell and his head was separated. A dignified elite Do-Di had died in such an unjust manner. He was unable to clearly see the appearance of the person who killed him before he died. The scroll in this old man's hand was tightly held by another skinny-faced old man the moment he died. His heart was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. However, this old man did not dare to be careless. A pair of dark eyes instantly swept over the empty space. His body moved and was about to leave this place. Bang! Soon after, however, an enormous body suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, it furiously smashed down like a small mountain. Soon after, it violently fell from the top of this old man's head. With just a punch, this elite Do-Di was violently sent flying. Fresh blood spilled from his mouth while the scroll in his hand uncontrollably left. Soon after, it turned into a ray of light that once again flew onto the stone stage. Immediately, just as this enormous beast turned around, the scroll, which had escaped from its restraints and was flying in midair, was suddenly grabbed by a white hand that was suddenly extended from the empty space. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body was completely exposed to the air. Seeing the scroll in his hand struggling intensely, Xiao Yan's hand tightened its grip. A thought passed through his mind and a surging spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his brows. In merely an instant, the energy that originally covered the scroll was swiftly removed by Xiao Yan. At the same time, the scroll, which was originally struggling intensely in Xiao Yan's hand, had also calmed down. Without any hesitation, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. The ancient scroll in his hand was immediately kept into his storage ring. At the same time, the enormous beast once again appeared behind Xiao Yan. Its enormous golden fist suddenly waved and smashed heavily towards Xiao Yan's head. The expression on Xiao Yan's face did not change even a little when he sensed the frightening wind that attacked him from behind. He did not even turn his head as the corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. A thought passed through his mind and the dark black curtain that he had prepared long ago instantly agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, the instant the enormous fist landed, the black-robed Xiao Yan had already disappeared from this empty space. Other than the empty space that was about to shatter when the fist landed, it did not manage to grab anything. Roar! Immediately, an earth-shaking furious roar was emitted from the enormous beast's mouth. A pair of scarlet eyes suddenly rotated. On the other side, Xiao Yan's footsteps slowly stepped out of empty space. The moment he appeared, his eyebrows under the black robe involuntarily tightened together. He did not expect that the enormous beast would actually target him even though he had already kept the ancient scroll into his storage ring. Of course, other than this, the other few elite Dou-Di on the stone platform had also noticed the current Xiao Yan. Even the action of Xiao Yan keeping the ancient scroll into his storage ring was seen by their eyes. In the blink of an eye, not only was Xiao Yan targeted by the enormous beast, but he also had to face the elite Dou-Di from all over the place. From the looks of it, his situation was not very good. With this thought in his mind, the enormous beast suddenly turned its body before Xiao Yan could do anything. Although its body was huge, its speed was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, the enormous beast had once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Its enormous fist danced and once again smashed furiously toward Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's expression turned cold when he saw the enormous beast attacking in front of him. He was just about to intervene when the corner of his eyes glanced at the stone platform a short distance behind him. A couple of elite Dou-Di were standing in an orderly fashion. Dou-Chi surged out of their bodies. It seemed that they were waiting for Xiao Yan to take the initiative to hand over his storage ring. Xiao Yan snorted coldly in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless on the surface. He twisted his body and hurriedly dodged the punch that was attacking him. Soon after, however, an even more violent fist wind once again attacked. Faced with this enormous beast, even Xiao Yan was unable to come up with any countermeasures within a short period of time. Bang! Finally, after an intense collision, Xiao Yan was unable to block the punch of the enormous beast. He was forced back by the punch. However, before the elite Dou-Di behind him could do anything, the enormous beast in front of him once again pounced forward, intending to give Xiao Yan a fatal blow. However, at this moment, a lightning-like black light suddenly shot out from under Xiao Yan's black robe and violently collided with the enormous fist that was heading toward him. Bang! After the attack landed, Xiao Yan's body was forced back a couple of steps under the frightening inhalation. On the other hand, the enormous beast's tightly clenched hand was actually forcefully opened by that attack. At a certain instant, Xiao Yan's eyes clearly saw that there was a fist-sized crystal stone in the palm of the enormous beast. It was unceasingly releasing energy to supply the enormous beast. That is, a spirit stone. Seeing this scene, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes immediately hardened. At the same time, he also came up with a countermeasure in his heart. From the looks of it, the energy source of this enormous beast should be the spirit stone in its palm. As long as he could remove it, it was likely that the strength of this enormous beast would be greatly reduced. At that time, it would be the time for Xiao Yan to break it. Once he thought of doing it, he took advantage of this short opportunity in front of him. The dou qi in Xiao Yan's body began to circulate even more wildly. At the same time, a dark black tent instantly agglomerated in front of him. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also leaned forward. The next moment, when Xiao Yan's body passed through the tent, he had already appeared in the open palm of the enormous beast in front of him. Under the stunned gazes of the elite dou di behind him, Xiao Yan grabbed the spirit stone in his palm and immediately pulled it violently. One could only hear a puffed sound and the spirit stone landed in Xiao Yan's palm. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind and he kept the spirit stone into his storage ring. At the same time, the enormous palm that was spread open suddenly tightened at this moment. From the point of view of the people outside, Xiao Yan's action was undoubtedly seeking death. However, the instant the palm was pulled back, a sharp light suddenly burst out from the palm. In the next moment, all the elite dou di present clearly saw that the indestructible palm of the enormous beast actually shattered with a bang. Genius 1 second. Remember this address. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 669. This extremely sudden scene in the battleground also caused those elite dou di, who had witnessed this scene, to feel a wave of shock in their hearts. Even the expressions on their faces could not help but become extremely interesting. This fellow. Just who is he? He is actually able to shatter the claws of this beast. Isn't this a little too frightening? This fellow's strength is not ordinary. We must not be careless. Numerous voices that were filled with solemnness were repeatedly emitted from the crowd. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body suddenly flashed and dodged the punch of the huge beast in front of him. Immediately, he flipped his hand under his sleeves and the spirit stone in his palm was stored into Xiao Yan's storage ring. After withdrawing for some distance, Xiao Yan focused his eyes and looked over. Immediately, the corner of his mouth under the black robe revealed a smile. As expected, after losing the replenishment of the spirit stone, the huge palm of the huge beast, which had been forcefully shattered by Xiao Yan, was unable to recover. At the same time, Xiao Yan also discovered that the huge body of the huge beast in front of him was no longer as solid as before. Even the speed at which it attacked had been greatly reduced. Of course, this point was also seen by those elite dou di. However, they all attributed the reason behind this to Xiao Yan's attack earlier. Hence, they did not have much doubt. After collecting the spirit stone, Xiao Yan's eyes did not turn away because of this. Compared to the so-called treasures within the light cluster, Xiao Yan preferred these spirit stones. At this moment, the huge beast, whose attack had failed, once again waved its huge fist and charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. However, compared to before, the current Xiao Yan's expression appeared unusually calm. After losing a spirit stone, the strength of this huge beast had already been reduced by more than half. Xiao Yan no longer felt any pressure when facing it. Xiao Yan took a step back. The hand under his sleeve suddenly clenched into a fist. Powerful dou qi swiftly agglomerated in Xiao Yan's palm. Soon after, Xiao Yan's feet heavily stepped on empty air. One could only hear a muffled banged sound and Xiao Yan's body immediately turned into a dark black flowing light. With a lightning-like speed, he heavily collided with the huge beast that was charging toward him. Bang! A loud sound appeared. Under the black robe, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly turned ruthless. Soon after, the veins on his right arm that he had struck out suddenly became violent. His seemingly thin body suddenly shook. Immediately, a frightening huge force violently shot out along with Xiao Yan's right arm. After the attack landed, Xiao Yan's body stood steadily in the empty air. On the other hand, the huge beast was actually instantly sent flying by Xiao Yan's punch. Finally, it heavily smashed onto the stone platform that was like a flight of stairs below. Such a huge contrast caused many of the elite dou di present to throw shocked gazes at Xiao Yan. It should be known that just a moment ago, this huge beast had displayed its might under the combined attacks of so many elite Dodi. That kind of aura that could destroy the world was something that even they would have to retreat when they saw it. However, at this moment, this huge beast had become so weak in front of this black-robed person. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening this black-robed person's strength was. Of course, these people were naturally unaware of the true reason behind this. They also did not expect that the mysterious elite Dodi, whom they were shocked by in their eyes, was actually merely a 6-star bandee. It was just that he was a little unusual. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body once again flashed. His frightening speed once again shocked the entire place. At the same time, the huge beast's body on the stone platform that had burst apart emitted a bang sound and slowly scattered. At the same time, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a slight smile. He flipped his hand and stored the second spirit stone into his storage ring. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned as he watched the energy light spots that gradually scattered around him. It seemed that it was just as he had thought in his heart. There were only 2 spirit stones on the huge beast's body as energy replenishment. Moreover, the spirit stones were located in the palms of the huge beast. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. Only then did he slowly turn around. He ignored those elite Dodi around him who had thrown shocked gazes at him. His gaze swept over the stone platform and swiftly landed on the other huge beast. In that case, it will be you. Xiao Yan laughed softly in his heart. His feet moved and his body immediately turned into a ray of light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of that huge beast. Roar! Seeing that Xiao Yan did not dodge or attack, the huge beast immediately let out a furious roar. Both of its fists were clenched tightly and it was about to throw a punch at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's face carried a cold smile when he saw this. He waved his large hand and a black ray of light immediately shot out. Xiao Yan's body once again flashed and arrived in the sky above the huge beast's head. Chi chi chi, at the same time, the dark black ray of light that shot out from Xiao Yan's sleeve suddenly soared with the wind. By the time all the elite Dodi present saw it clearly, the black ray of light had already turned into a huge snake. The huge snake twisted its body in front of everyone's shocked gazes. At the same time its huge body twisted, chi-chi sound of rushing wind was emitted in midair. Soon after, its thick snake tail violently collided with the huge fist that was coming toward it. Bang! After the attack landed, the huge snake was forced back. At the same time, the huge fist that the huge beast had thrown out was forcefully blasted apart by the former's intentional force. At the same time, the spirit stone that it was holding tightly in its hand was also exposed to the surrounding air in an instant. However, the moment the spirit stone was exposed, a ray of light flashed past the huge beast's hand in a lightning-like manner. At the same time, the huge beast's open palm was blasted apart by the attack. Soon after, a dark black human figure suddenly stood in the sky above the huge beast like a ghost in front of the gazes of all the elite Dodi present. By the time everyone's gazes looked over, the palm of the human figure had already landed on the huge beast's head. Numerous crack lines gradually spread from the top of the huge beast's head. Its huge body also stood still like a statue. A couple of breaths later, a low and deep thump sounded beside the ears of all the elite Dodi. Under everyone's stunned gazes, another huge beast exploded with a bang. From the beginning until the end, all of this had happened within a short 10+ breaths. In such a short period of time, a powerful elite Dodi had been so easily killed. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, the elite Dodi present would definitely not have believed it in their hearts. Chapter 670. The fifth one, Xiao Yan faintly counted in his heart. He swiftly stored a fist-sized spirit stone into his storage ring. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at the remaining 5 huge beasts. Within a short moment, half of the 10 huge beasts had already died in Xiao Yan's hands. This scene also caused the surrounding elite Dodi's faces to involuntarily reveal stunned expressions. The strength of the man and beast in front of them could really be described as frightening. When the two of them attacked together, this enormous beast, which caused the other elite Dodi present to feel a grave expression, had become just like an ordinary magical beast in front of these two fellows. It was almost as if it was a magical beast. Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze. He once again raised his head and looked at the remaining 5 huge beasts. A cluster of excited flames surged out of his pair of dark black eyes. These huge beasts, which were so terrifyingly strong in the eyes of others and which no one dared to fight against, were just like, noticing that Xiao Yan's gaze had shot over, the 5 huge beasts appeared to be frightened. Their mouths emitted low and deep beastly roars as their bodies involuntarily stepped back. Although they were formations and did not possess the intelligence of a human, they could clearly sense a threat from this black-robed person in front of them. A threat that was sufficient to destroy them. Oh. They actually know fear. This is a strange thing. However, seeing that these huge beasts actually knew fear, Xiao Yan involuntarily raised his eyebrows. He immediately laughed softly. He glanced at the narwhal snake that was hovering in the empty space beside him and was about to attack once again. However, at this moment, an ancient and powerful aura suddenly swept across this space like an invisible storm. A frightening pressure descended on everyone's heads. Under this aura pressure, everyone present had a change in expression. Even with Xiao Yan's strength, he also felt quite a great pressure under this aura pressure. Although this aura was quite frightening, a heated expression involuntarily surged into the eyes of all the elite Dodi present when they raised their heads to look at the source of this aura. This aura might be frightening, but at the same time, it also indicated to all the elite Dodi present just how great this strength was. As long as someone could obtain this power, everyone present today would most likely be trampled underfoot. What a terrifying power. What exactly is this thing? It's actually so powerful. The group of elite Dodi on the stone stage revealed shocked faces as they lifted their heads to look at the top of the stone stage. Under the pressure of this aura, even the flow of Do Chi within their bodies had slowed. Soon after, quite a number of elite Dodi present began to raise the Do Chi within their bodies under the push of desire. An enormous aura immediately soared to the sky from the stone stage. Their aura was like a rainbow. Human figures flashed and dozens of elite Dodi's bodies moved. They stepped onto the stone stage and rushed upward. However, everyone's expressions suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. The instant their feet stepped onto the stone platform, these elite Dodi immediately sensed that the aura and pressure that were pressing on their bodies had suddenly soared by a level. The pressure on this stone stage actually became stronger the higher it rose. Each time one stepped onto the stone stage, the pressure on the stone stage would become increasingly frightening. It was really difficult to imagine just how frightening the aura pressure that the members of the 4 great clans were currently enduring at the top of the stone stage was. Although there was a pressure blocking it, the hearts of all the elite Dodi present were unwilling to give up in the face of benefits regardless of how strong this pressure was. After witnessing the strangeness of this stone stage, the group of elite Dodi once again moved. The Do Chi within their bodies continued to spew out. There was a powerful pressure above their heads as they swiftly flew toward the top of the stone stage like a hot knife through butter. After everyone, Xiao Yan once again twisted his body. After using the black robe to remove a portion of the pressure, his body swiftly flew toward the top of the stone stage. Since he had come, Xiao Yan would naturally not miss out on such a good show. Regardless of the final result, if he did not go all out, how would he know if he would be able to obtain any benefits from this remains? Each time Xiao Yan's body stepped onto a step of the stone stage, the pressure above his head seemed to increase by another 500 kilograms. Within a short moment, the elite Dodi, who were originally swiftly flying, could only helplessly stand on the stone stage. Their faces were flushed red. Other than an extremely small number of elite Do-D who were still able to forcefully endure the pressure and slowly rush upward, most of the people were trembling as they slowly walked on the stone stage. At a glance, they appeared to be old men past their prime. Their movements were slow and appeared to be strenuous. There were even some whose faces were pale. Their entire bodies were exhausted as they lay on the ground. Their hearts were filled with struggle, but their bodies were unable to support them. Even though their hearts were filled with unwillingness, they could only helplessly give up. In the face of this frightening pressure, all of the elite Do-D present could only complain endlessly in their hearts. Haha, a group of trash. All you know is to train your Do-Chi all day long. You don't even place us physical practitioners in your eyes. Now, you finally know how to complain. At a higher position on the stone stage, there were a couple of large burly bearded men with savage smiles on their faces. Their words were filled with ridicule as they looked at the group of elite Do-D below, who were having a difficult time moving forward. Although their strength was only at the intermediate level of a 1-star Do-D, their hearts were currently filled with cold laughter when compared to these people below. Most of the elite Do-D had already given up on continuing to train their physical strength. This was because from the way they saw it, the only thing that could be of use in a battle was Do-Chi and not brute force. Brute force might be overbearing, but it was ultimately unable to withstand a single blow in front of Do-Chi. At the very least, this was what these elite Do-D thought in their hearts. Of course, this point was indeed displayed during ordinary training. The strength obtained from training Do-Chi alone was often stronger than those who trained their physical body at the same time. This allowed most elite Do-D to suppress some physical practitioners. Of course, Wu Jitian from the Battle Martial sect was an exception. The Chi method that Wu Jitian practiced focused on strength. While training Do-Chi, it was also able to increase the strength of his physical body. The two complemented each other, allowing him to walk further on the path of body refinement. However, it was also because of this point that he was destined to only be able to train his physical strength to the highest level of his Chi method and would not be able to advance even an inch. The faces of the elite Do-D below trembled in anger after the cold laughter from the mouths of the few large men with curly beards was emitted. However, they were helpless as this frightening pressure caused them to lose most of their fighting strength. Even if they fully maneuvered the Do-Chi within their bodies, it was very difficult for them to unleash even half of their usual strength. Ha! Who is that fellow? Ha! Isn't that the fellow from earlier? It seems that he was the one who joined hands with a large snake to finish off the 5 huge beasts. But why is his speed? The few large men with curly beards on the high ground of the stone platform revealed surprise in their eyes as they looked at the black-robed person below who was swiftly rushing up without reducing his speed. Numerous words that were filled with surprise were repeatedly emitted from their mouths. In the end, the expressions on the few large men's faces became incredulous. Their eyes were dull as they stared at the black-robed person below. Even when the latter had already arrived in front of them, the speed of his feet still did not slow down in the slightest. This fellow, isn't he a little too frightening? Within a short few minutes, his footsteps had crossed over 100 steps. Moreover, his speed did not change during this period of time. It was as though the frightening pressure that covered this space did not affect him at all. The few burly men looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were all filled with deep shock. To be able to do this, the black-robed person in front of them was either terrifyingly strong or, it was because his physical strength had already reached a terrifying level. The expressions in the eyes of the few large men suddenly solidified when they thought of this. Regardless of which point it was, all of them proved just how frightening this black-robed person in front of them was. A fire glow flowed within Xiao Yan's dark black eyes under the black robe. Purple gold dragon scales covered his entire body under the black robe. Dust rose with each step that Xiao Yan took, forming a small hurricane. His body did not pause as it continued to rush forward. Chapter 671. Step. On the stone platform that was shrouded in golden light, as the doctor's heavy footsteps sounded, a black figure had already disappeared with lightning speed from the stone platform that was one level higher. Unlike those elite Do-Di who had difficulty moving, Xiao Yan would leave a shallow footprint on the golden stone platform with each step he took. At the same time, his body did not pause even a little. With just one step, he had forcefully leaped over 10 steps. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had pulled apart quite a large distance from the group of elite Do-Di behind him. Despite this, Xiao Yan's unmoving speed did not slow down even a little during this period of time. Moreover, it actually showed signs of continuing to rise. This point caused the facial muscles of the elite Do-Di behind Xiao Yan to twitch for quite a while. Even if he wanted to attack someone, he should not attack them in such a manner. Of course, while their hearts were shocked by Xiao Yan's speed, those elite Do-Di also felt extremely regretful in their hearts. Normally, they clearly had a large amount of time to train their physical strength. However, they had ultimately chosen to give up. Now that they had truly reached a critical juncture, these usually arrogant Do-Di finally knew how to complain in their hearts. Unfortunately, it was already too late. At the very least, they were destined to not be able to obtain the true treasure during this trip to the remains. As time slowly flowed by, there were very few elite Do-Di who were able to stand halfway up the stone platform. Even the members of the 4 great clans were sitting cross-legged near the top of the stone platform. Their auras were unstable as they tried their best to recover the Do-Chi that they had exhausted within their bodies. Compared to those ordinary Do-Di below, the members of the 4 great clans relied on the strength of their Do-Chi to forcefully endure all the way up. Although they had already neared the top of the stone platform, they had already exhausted quite a lot of the Do-Chi within their bodies. In order to allow themselves to have the strength to face the various dangers that might appear at the top of the stone platform, they had no choice but to rest here. Under this kind of situation, it was likely that only Xiao Yan was able to maintain his speed and continue to charge up on the stone platform. As Xiao Yan approached the top of the stone platform, the aura and pressure that he felt around him also became increasingly frightening. At this moment, even with the strength of Xiao Yan's physical body, he could not help but feel an extremely heavy pressure. This was an extremely frightening phenomenon. Once it appeared, it indicated that the aura and pressure that Xiao Yan would have to endure would be a couple of times or even dozens of times greater. Despite this, Xiao Yan could only go all out and fight with all his might. The sun might be bright after the rain, but before that, the entire world would have to experience the baptism of a storm. At this moment, Xiao Yan was in this situation. This aura and pressure might be frightening, but as long as he was able to endure it, it would also be quite beneficial to Xiao Yan. The training of one's physical body could only be raised to the greatest extent in adversity. At this moment, this pressure that covered the entire stone platform was the best opportunity for Xiao Yan. Stomp, as his foot landed, Xiao Yan's body also suddenly bent downwards. The frightening aura and pressure was like a mountain that heavily pressed down on Xiao Yan's back, causing his breathing to suddenly become sluggish. The body under the black robe could not help but tremble intensely. The muscles on his face could not help but become a little distorted. Soon after, Xiao Yan violently clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes were immediately filled with fresh blood. Green veins bulged on his forehead, twisting like numerous small snakes. The face under the black robe had become ferocious at this moment. His body suddenly shook and Do-Chi gushed out from under his feet. Xiao Yan's slightly squatted body suddenly shot forward. Powerful Do-Chi continued to erupt from the center of his feet. Waves of bang-bang sounds continuously resounded on the stone platform. Huff! After taking 100 consecutive steps, Xiao Yan was finally unable to endure the extremely powerful and frightening aura and pressure around him. The moment his final foot landed, the human figure under the black robe also sat on the ground with a plopped sound. The breath in his mouth was hurried and heavy as he panted. Damn it, Xiao Yan cursed unwillingly in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the top of the stone platform that was already not far away. He could not help but feel a sense of regret in his heart. He did not expect that he would actually fall at such a moment after using all his strength. As the saying goes, the first spurt of energy, the second would weaken, and the third would be exhausted. In order to reach the top of the stone platform, Xiao Yan had already used all of his strength. However, he did not expect that he would ultimately fall at this place. Seeing that the top of the stone platform was already within reach, it was likely that no one would feel good in their heart at this moment. At an even higher position on the stone platform, the few people from the 4 great clans had already noticed the black-robed Xiao Yan. The gazes of the people from the 4 great clans were solemn as they stared at Xiao Yan, who was a short distance away. The eyes of the 4 great clans were filled with incomparable shock. This mysterious black-robed person was actually able to continuously take 100 steps under this frightening aura and pressure that even they had difficulty contending with. This really caused them to feel a sense of disbelief. This person's physical body is really strong. Huo Ba's eyes revealed a solemn expression as he stared at Xiao Yan below. Even he, who had always been arrogant, could not help but feel shocked by the physical strength of the black-robed person in front of him. From the fact that the black-robed person did not use any Do Qi, it was likely that the latter had relied on his own physical strength to land in this position. With Huo Ba's eyesight as a 3-star Do Di, he would naturally not be wrong about this. Bai Ying and Zhuo Bentang, who were seated a short distance away, involuntarily nodded when these words were uttered. They usually did not have many people, but the strength of the physical body of the person in front of them caused them to have no choice but to admit it. At the very least, there was no one in their 4 clans who possessed such a powerful physical body. Sun Shuo might have gradually awakened from his grief and fury earlier, but the expression on his face was incomparably cold. Even the people from the 3 clans beside him tried their best to maintain a distance from him. This fellow has finally stopped. I thought that he would continue to charge to the top of the stone platform. Bai Ying's eyes stared at Xiao Yan, who had fallen to the ground. A glint flashed deep within his eyes before he bitterly laughed. This remains was the home ground of their 4 great clans. If the limelight was stolen by someone else, where would the face of their 4 great clans go? After Bai Ying's words sounded, the other 2 clans beside him also looked at the mysterious black-robed man below. Zhuo Lin from the Zhuo clan originally had a calm expression, but because of Bai Ying's words, a slight ripple appeared on his face. It seemed that the mysterious expert whom they had met outside the remains had not appeared since they had entered the remains. Yet, this person in front of him was coincidentally wearing a black robe. This involuntarily caused some thoughts to form in Zhuo Lin's heart. At the same time, the narwhal snake, which was originally resting on Xiao Yan's arm, quietly popped its head out at this moment. Brother Xiao Yan is indeed powerful. It is unexpected that you are actually able to charge to this place within such a short period of time in front of this pressure that causes even me to feel a headache. TSK, the strength of your physical body is really frightening. If you do not possess the aura of a human, would have suspected that you are a magical beast that has transformed into a human form. Hearing this, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. He sighed softly, frowned and sighed. So what? I still can't go up. Xiao Yan was helpless. At the same time that he felt a sense of loss in his heart, he felt that the pressure from the pressure around him was gradually increasing. Even his breathing had become a little difficult. Even if you can't go up, there's still me. The narwhal snake snickered and slyly said. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes hardened slightly. Only then did he recall that this small snake had been hiding under his sleeves. It was not pressured by the surrounding aura. Although his aura was weak now, the narwhal snake was in its best condition. Xiao Yan was immediately overjoyed when he thought of this. Soon after, the narwhal snake's small and exquisite body under Xiao Yan's sleeves suddenly twisted and slid out of the sleeves. It was completely exposed in the air and welcomed the terrifying aura that attacked from all directions. Soon after, a dark black dough chi swiftly surged on the surface of the narwhal snake's body. Even its small body swiftly became huge at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into its original body, a super huge python with a huge body. Roar! The instant it appeared, the narwhal snake's mouth involuntarily emitted a roar that resounded through the sky. At the same time, its enormous body suddenly trembled. Dough chi surged wildly, causing the empty space around it to involuntarily form circular water-like spatial ripples. Even the terrifying aura that covered the entire stone platform was shaken back a little by this earth-shaking roar. What is going on? This is the narwhal snake. Isn't it rumored to be extinct? It is unexpected that it would actually appear here. A Dough D-class narwhal snake. This is not easy to deal with. The key point is what exactly is this beast planning to do now? On the tall platform, the few people from the four great clans stared at the narwhal snake, which had suddenly scuttled out from Xiao Yan's sleeves. Surprise was written all over their faces. The thing that caused their hearts to be even more shocked was that the aura and pressure within this space actually began to fluctuate following the narwhal snake's roar. I heard that the narwhal snake's bloodline is special and is able to suppress many opponents who are stronger than it. Looking at it today, it is indeed extraordinary. However, it is actually able to create such a mighty aura with just the strength of a one-star Dough D. If one is able to tame it and use it for oneself, Huoba's gaze was locked tightly as he stared at the narwhal snake. One of his words went without saying. Huoba, it is best that you withdraw those thoughts. Can't you see that this narwhal snake already has an owner? Even its strength has reached the level of a one-star Dough D. Do you think that the strength of its owner would be weaker than it? Baiying merely turned his head around with a cold smile when he heard the words from Huoba's mouth. His mouth emitted a sneer as he coldly spoke. That may not be the case. Just as Huoba frowned and was about to refute the words from Baiying's mouth, Zhuolin, who had been carefully observing Xiao Yan from the Zhuo clan side, slowly opened his mouth at this moment. The hearts of the people from the Huo clan and the Bai clan immediately turned cold when his words sounded. If these words were uttered from someone else's mouth, they might snort disdainfully. However, they had no choice but to treat these words with caution when they were uttered from Zhuolin's mouth. Among the people from these two clans, especially Baiying from the Bai clan, the expression deep within his eyes involuntarily flickered when he heard the words that were suddenly emitted from Zhuolin's mouth. In his heart, Baiying already had some guesses about this black-robed person in front of him. However, it would not be a good thing if the black-robed person's identity was exposed at this moment. In that case, Zhuolin has already guessed something. Huoba's round eyes rotated for a moment before he laughed out loud. From the meaning within his words, it seemed that he was completely unconcerned. It was as though he did not believe what Zhuolin had said earlier. You wish to know? Zhuolin's expression was calm. His pair of sword-like eyes stared straight at Huoba as he spoke in an indifferent tone. What's there to be curious about? I merely heard Zhuolin's words and was a little curious, so I asked casually. Hearing this, Huoba could not help but be slightly taken aback. He immediately regained his senses and laughed out loud, but he shifted his gaze away. Although Zhuolin's strength was inferior to his, the sharpness that seeped out from the latter's bones made it so that no one dared to clash head-on with him. Seeing this, Zhuolin's anger turned as he looked at Baiying. Seeing this, the latter smiled slightly and also shifted his gaze away. Facing Zhuolin, even with Baiying's old and experienced temperament, he did not dare to be careless. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was not far below the people from the four great clans, was like a fish in water the moment the powerful aura around him dissipated. He instantly stood up from the ground and his entire body rapidly recovered. Let's go. Allow me to bring you up. The narwhal snake laughed out loud. It twisted its enormous snake tail and forcefully pulled Xiao Yan into it by the time he recovered. Its enormous body suddenly shook and Qi rippled, forcefully forcing back the aura around it. Soon after, its enormous body immediately turned into a ray of black light. It was like a shooting star chasing after the moon as it charged toward the top of the stone platform. Regardless of how terrifying the aura around it was completely blocked. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a wave of surprise in his heart. The narwhal snake was indeed worthy of being one of the top in the magical beast world. The strength of its physical body was more than just a little stronger than Xiao Yan. It was actually able to charge forward at such a fast speed in the face of such a terrifying aura. It could really be described as terrifying. Swoosh! As the sharp sound of wind breaking resounded beside the members of the four great clans, the terrifying aura and pressure in the sky was forcefully broken apart by the narwhal snake. A hurricane swept across, blowing up the sleeves of the few people who were sitting cross-legged on the high platform. It was only at this moment that the few of them finally reacted. Immediately, their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly looked over. However, when they turned their heads to look, the enormous body of the narwhal snake had already left them far behind. In the blink of an eye, the enormous body of the narwhal snake was already standing at the top of the enormous stone platform. Genius remembered the address of this website in a second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 672. Xiao Yan stood at the top of the stone platform and sensed the frightening aura and pressure around him completely disappear. His body appeared to have been relieved of a heavy burden. Lifting his gaze, Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with caution and curiosity as he looked ahead. At this moment, the thing that appeared in front of Xiao Yan was not an endless flight of stairs like before. Instead, it was an extremely large square. The square was circular in shape and mysterious runes were engraved all over the ground. From these runes, it was not difficult to tell that this should be a formation. The size of the formation was included within this open ground. It was 1,000 feet away from where Xiao Yan was currently standing. Looking over, there were huge stone piers placed around the square. The stone piers were carved into the shape of lotuses. They were of different shapes and not a single one of them was the same. Counting carefully, there were a total of 31 stone piers. They maintained a certain distance from each other and surrounded the square. Coincidentally, there was a stone pier not far from Xiao Yan's side. The lotus on it was in the shape of a blooming lotus. Although it was carved out of stone, it looked very lifelike. It actually looked like a real lotus swaying in the air. After looking around, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted to the center of the square. At a glance, at the center of the square, there was a huge statue standing leisurely. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw this statue. His eyes shrunk slightly. The appearance of this statue was shockingly that of an absolute beauty with an appearance that could topple a city. However, what surprised Xiao Yan at this moment was that the statue's appearance was actually the appearance of the woman that Xiao Yan had seen in the maze when he had just entered the ruins. So, she is the owner of this ruin. Nodding his head gently, Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. Then, the narwhal snake beside him moved its body and turned into the small snake's exquisite appearance again. It floated in the void beside Xiao Yan and a pair of bright pearl-like eyes looked around curiously. Without Xiao Yan's permission, it did not dare to wander around. This Mister's strength is really extraordinary. To think that our group of people have spent a lot of effort in order to climb up here, but I didn't expect Mr. to climb up here so easily. I really admire you. At this moment, a familiar laughter sounded from behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan turned around and looked. The person who spoke was the leader of the Huo family, Huo Ba. Beside him was Huo Tianyi, whose face was slightly pale. With the latter's strength, it was obviously not possible for him to withstand the pressure alone to reach this place. Thinking about it, Huoba's help was not indispensable. Otherwise, with Huoba's strength, it would not take him such a long time to reach this place. Seeing the two of them, Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly swept over them under the black robe. However, he did not dare to stay for too long. The other party was a genuine elite Dodi. If he were to recklessly investigate, it would only give the other party an opportunity to expose him. This was not something that Xiao Yan wished to see happen. His gaze swiftly swept over the two people in front of him. Soon after, Xiao Yan looked behind the two of them. Since the members of the Huo family had already arrived, the other three families should also be here. Sure enough, at the same time that Xiao Yan raised his eyes, Baiying from the Bai family, Sun Shuo from the Sun family, as well as Zhuo Bentang and Zhuolin from the Zhuo family had also appeared in Xiao Yan's sight. This Mr's strength is really great. I am the head of the Bai family, Baiying. May I know Mr's name? Baiying, who was wearing a white robe, cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan and spoke in a respectful tone. Once these words were spoken, the other three families immediately turned their gazes over. However, at this moment, the narwhal snake that was floating in the empty space beside Xiao Yan suddenly opened its mouth. A hissing roar was immediately emitted from its mouth. Immediately, the expressions of the people from the four great clans changed as they hurriedly pulled back. Roar! After the roar sounded, the people from the four great clans finally turned their gazes toward the narwhal snake with resentful faces. This small snake in front of them might appear harmless, but after witnessing the scene earlier, even though everyone present was an elite Dodi, their hearts did not dare to underestimate this small snake in front of them. After all, it was an elite Dodi. Moreover, it was a magical beast. Its strength was originally very powerful. Additionally, it happened to be one of the best in the magical beast world. This caused others to not dare to underestimate it. With the narwhal snake blocking them, the people from the four great clans were ultimately unable to obtain the answer that they wanted to hear. Hence, they could only look at each other and suppress the doubt and unwillingness in their hearts. Everyone scattered. Soon after, they focused their eyes and looked over. After a couple of exclamations, everyone's gazes finally paused on the statue in the middle of the square. The statue was of an absolute beauty. At this moment, a cluster of flame-like golden light slowly rose between the two raised palms of the statue. It emitted a glaring golden light that caused one to not dare to look directly at it. This is, from the looks of it, that pressure should be emitted from that thing. Inheritance strength, huh? No wonder it is so powerful. The people from the four great clans stared at the cluster of light with different expressions. A glint shot out from each of their eyes. At the same time, the hearts of these few people were also filled with various thoughts at this moment. However, in the end, no one was willing to step forward and give it a try after everyone's gazes slowly swept over the formation on the ground of the square. A formation left behind by such a strong person would naturally not be so easily eroded by time. From the looks of it now, this formation should require someone to trigger it. After which, the entire stone platform would truly come alive. However, no one knew what kind of frightening formation they would have to face at that time. Ta-ta-ta, it was also at this moment that a series of heavy footsteps gradually sounded from behind everyone. Everyone turned around and looked. It was actually those elite Dodi behind them. There was finally someone who had forcefully endured and climbed to this place. Time flowed by. Around 2 hours later, nearly 30 elite Dodi had finally gathered at a corner of this large open ground. This number of elite Dodi was sufficient to allow them to sweep through any faction in the western region. This was something that even the four large sects were no exception to. Of course, the target of this group of people at this moment was not the four great sections. Instead, it was the golden light cluster in the palm of the statue in front of them. Everyone faced each other. However, no one dared to move. This was because no one could guarantee just what kind of frightening danger was hidden within the area covered by the formation. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 673. The quiet atmosphere in the square continued for a long time. Everyone's eyes were fiery hot as they stared at the golden light cluster in the hand of the statue in the middle of the square. However, no one dared to step forward and give it a try. The 10 huge beasts from earlier were already this frightening. Now that this large formation was placed in front of them, how could its strength be inferior? For the sake of their own lives, no one present, regardless of whether it was the 4 great clans or those Dodi who had hurried over later, dared to step forward. Everyone in the square stood in a scattered manner. Each of them had their own thoughts in their hearts. They faced each other and were cautious of each other. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was hiding under a black robe, had also leaped into the crowd after those elite Dodi had arrived. The eyes under the black robe swept back and forth across the square. His heart was calm. Xiao Yan knew that the more it was at such a time, the calmer one must be when dealing with matters. Everyone knew that the inheritance was precious. Who present did not have a compassionate heart toward it? However, it was also because of this that he needed to be even calmer. As the saying goes, the hunter will shoot the bird that sticks out. The first person to enter the large formation would definitely not have a good ending. Xiao Yan was not stupid to such an extent. Following the silence of the crowd, the atmosphere in the arena also became exceptionally solemn and tense. Even their breathing had become cautious. Everyone's hearts felt as though there was an invisible boulder pressing down on them. Once that boulder was completely pressed down, everyone present would immediately boil like a pot of boiling oil. However, before this, they needed to use a warm flame to gradually heat it up. Time slowly flowed by. In the blink of an eye, everyone had already stood at the top of the stone platform for 4 hours. At this moment, the originally quiet elite Dodi in the square began to become restless one after another. A prolonged wait without an end was not something that they were willing to see. This group of people could not possibly wait for the large formation to gradually disappear with the migration of time. Even if Xiao Yan could wait, the people from the 4 great clans would definitely not be able to wait. Damn it. Everyone seated here is at the very least an elite Dodi. It is unexpected that we would actually be frightened by a large formation that has not been activated. Don't tell me that everyone will continue to wait here forever if this large formation does not disappear. Suddenly, a cold snort that was mixed with gloominess and disdain was emitted from the crowd, causing quite a number of people present to throw their gazes over. Under the black robe, Xiao Yan's face was expressionless. However, in his heart, he knew that the calm surface of the lake was finally about to be broken by this sudden rock. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on the faces of the people from the 4 great clans. After waiting for so long, they had finally waited for this moment. Humph. What a joke. Since you're not afraid, why are you still standing here? Go and experience it yourself. See if this grand formation exists in name only. Perhaps the energy within has already dissipated due to the passage of time. If you give it a try, perhaps the inheritance will be yours, right? Hee, that's right. You clearly know that this formation is frightening, yet you still dare to boldly urge us. Since we are all elite Dodi, you should go if you are not afraid. Soon after, numerous words that were filled with various meanings were continuously spat out from the crowd. In an instant, the old man, who had been the first to speak, had a green expression on his old face. Even though this was the case, the words from those people's mouths did not stop. It seemed that they were intentionally trying to infuriate him. Bastard! Since you don't dare to enter, allow the old me to send you in. Suddenly, the old man emitted a furious cry from his mouth. He beckoned with his large hand and a dark black metal rod immediately appeared in the old man's hand. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. The expression in their eyes immediately changed. Some surprise involuntarily surged into their eyes when they looked at the old man. This is actually the coiling dragon rod. Since this is the coiling dragon rod, doesn't it mean that he is Mu Kunlun? TSK, I heard that this fellow has killed quite a number of elite Do-D of the same level. It is unexpected that even he has been attracted to the desolate ancient remains this time around. At this moment, the metal rod that had appeared in the old man's hand was surprisingly a rod that had the thickness of an ordinary person's calf. It was around 10 feet long and had a dark black dragon carved on it. When the people present saw the iron rod, their gazes towards the old man were immediately filled with shock. They were extremely fearful of him in their hearts. They were all elite Do-D, but the number of elite Do-D who had died in the hands of this old man had already exceeded the number of one hand. It was not difficult to imagine just how frightening the strength of this old man was. It was likely that his strength could be considered top even when placed among all the elite Do-D present. Even Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, could not help but reveal a surprised expression within his dark black eyes when he heard the evaluation of the old man from the few people beside him. From this battle result, one could really see the strength of this old man. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank a little when he thought of this. It seemed that the 4 great clans were not the only ones with great strength in this trip to the remains. Even these lone wolves would not be an ordinary person if their strength could reach such a level. After the metal rod in the old man's hand was revealed, the few elite Do-D, who had spoken rudely to him earlier, immediately shut their mouths. At the same time, the expression on their faces suddenly became solemn. Clearly, they had also heard of this Mu Kunlun's name. You are actually Mu Kunlun. A fat old man, who was facing Mu Kunlun in the battleground at this moment, revealed a solemn expression. No one present dared to underestimate him when facing him. Humph. Since you have heard of the old me's name, then, you should obediently roll in for the old me. Mu Kunlun's target was clearly the fat old man on the opposite side. Hence, the coiling dragon rod in his hand was suddenly swung while a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. The end of the metal rod was violently swung through the empty air. The wind that it carried instantly shattered the rock floor under his feet, leaving behind a deep groove. At the same time, the old man's body suddenly shot out at this moment. The metal rod was swung and emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind in the midair. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the fat old man. The fat old man's heart immediately became solemn when faced with Mu Kunlun, who had attacked without saying anything. He did not dare to be careless on the surface. At the same time that he raised his head furiously, the Do-Chi within his body swiftly flowed through the veins of his entire body. He clenched his large hand and an enormous axe appeared in the hand of this fat old man. Let me see if you, Mu Kunlun, are really as strong as what the outside world says. The fat old man let out a furious cry. His thick and short legs abruptly shook. Immediately, his body rushed into the midair and violently smashed toward Mu Kunlun, who was charging toward him. Although this old man appeared fat, his speed was not inferior to Mu Kunlun's, who had a strong body. His entire body was like a meatball as he somersaulted in the air. The large axe in his hand was swung and instantly tore through the empty space. Then, he viciously hacked down on Mu Kunlun's head. From the looks of it, it seemed as though he wanted to forcefully split the latter into two. Insignificant skill. Mu Kunlun coldly laughed when he saw this. The Do-Chi within his body churned and swiftly flowed through his arm and poured into the coiling dragon rod in his hand. Soon after, the metal rod danced. The moment the enormous axe fell toward him, the metal rod in Mu Kunlun's hand shook and his body suddenly rose. Soon after, the metal rod in Mu Kunlun's hand was swung when the enormous axe of the fat old man missed. From top to bottom, the metal rod with the end of the dragon tail heavily smashed into the chest of the fat old man. Bang! A loud sound was emitted. The fat old man's body immediately shot back uncontrollably. Finally, he violently smashed into the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Grug, the fat old man involuntarily spat out a mouthful of bright red fresh blood the moment he stood up. Soon after, however, the corner of his bloody mouth was lifted into a ferocious smile. He stared at Mu Kunlun in the sky above the crowd and laughed in a stern manner. Mu Kunlun, you are actually only so. With just this rod, you are still far from being able to truly injure me. Although he had spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, the overall aura of this fat old man did not decrease by even a little. His bright red tongue violently licked his thick lips. The old man stood up, swung the enormous axe in his hand, and was about to attack once again. Haha, that's right. This rod of mine is indeed unable to injure a pig like you. However, it is able to take your life. Mu Kunlun suddenly laughed sternly at the end of his words. His words contained traces of dense coldness. The fat old man only suddenly recovered after hearing these words. His gaze hurriedly turned away from the pitiful smiles on the corner of the Dodi's mouths in the distance. He lowered his head to take a look. At this moment, numerous crooked mysterious symbols were emitting waves of glaring golden light under his feet, causing one to be unable to look directly at them. This is, no. No. The fat old man let out two sharp cries from his mouth. He suddenly moved his body and did his best to wildly rush out of the large formation under his feet without even turning his head back. However, at this moment, Chi! An arrow-like sharp golden light suddenly shot over from behind the fat old man. In the blink of an eye, it forcefully penetrated the chest of this fat old man. At the same time, the old man's body, which was wildly running forward, suddenly paused in midair. The life within his eyes swiftly disappeared, transforming into a dark black hole. Soon after, he fell heavily onto the ground. After which, the thumb-sized hole that penetrated his chest gradually widened. Golden light covered it. Finally, the fat old man's body strangely disappeared from everyone's sight. The hearts of everyone present suddenly became cold when they saw this scene. A chill that seeped into their hearts swiftly rose within their hearts. Chapter 674. The hearts of everyone present involuntarily pounded when they saw this strange scene that had appeared in front of them. The shock in their hearts was like a yellow river that had suddenly swept out. However, at the same time, a heated emotion rose within the hearts of all the elite Dodi present. Although the large formation in front of them was frightening, it at the very least allowed them to have some confidence in their hearts. As the saying goes, only by knowing oneself and one's enemy would one be able to win 100 battles. All unfamiliar dangers were the most frightening in one's heart. Compared to the former, this large formation might appear quite powerful at this moment, but it at the very least caused all the elite Dodi present to sigh in relief in their hearts. Chi chi chi. However, while everyone was panting in their hearts, numerous chi chi sounds of rushing air suddenly sounded in this enormous square. Immediately, the hearts of everyone present were greatly shocked. Numerous pairs of eyes immediately looked in the direction where the sound had originated from. Over there. It's that stone block. There's also this side. This stone block is the same. In front of everyone's eyes, they could see numerous golden light pillars continuously rising from the 31 stone blocks in the square. In the blink of an eye, each of the 31 stone blocks had a light pillar that shot to the sky and entered the invisible empty space. Soon after, the 31 golden light pillars shot out from each of the 31 golden light pillars high in the sky. They merged with each other in the sky and gradually formed an enormous formation that covered the entire square. A glaring golden light hung high in the middle of the formation like a sun. The golden light was dazzling, and eye-catching. However, these elite Dodi were unable to feel even the slightest emotion in their hearts in the face of this majestic scene that caused one to sigh in admiration. If one were to say that there was something, it could only be fear. Following the activation of this large formation, everyone present could clearly see that the lotus stone blocks around the square actually began to slowly rotate. At the same time, numerous obscure mysterious symbols gradually became clear on the surface of the stone blocks. A glaring golden light was emitted from the lotus core. All the elite Dodi present ignored this small change in the stone blocks. Everyone raised their eyes and looked at the enormous formation in the sky. The golden light flashed and a bright glow was reflected from the eyes of all the elite Dodi. It was just like the stars in the night sky, bright and glaring. Chi! Suddenly, the cluster of sunlight golden light suddenly brightened while all the elite Dodi present focused their eyes. Soon after, Chi, sound of air being split appeared and a 10-foot thick golden light pillar suddenly shot out from the cluster of golden light. In an instant, it tore through the empty space. It was just like a meteor falling from the sky as it charged toward the elite Dodi below. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of everyone present to suddenly change. The group of elite Dodi, who had been gathered together a moment ago, had scattered like birds and beasts the next moment. Even so, the speed of the golden light was not slow at all. In the end, there were still 2 old men who were unable to dodge in time, and their bodies were instantly pierced by the golden light pillar. In front of the golden-colored light pillar, the Dochi armor that was agglomerated on the surface of their bodies was like tofu. It was instantly destroyed by the golden-colored light pillar in an extremely easy manner. Soon after, the crowd that had scattered in all directions stopped their bodies. They turned their eyes back and looked over. The 2 elite Dodi, whose strength was not the least bit weak, had turned into golden light that permeated the sky under the golden-colored light pillar. The hearts of everyone present suddenly paled when they saw this scene. Those 2 were also elite Dodi. Yet, they did not have the ability to resist the golden light pillar. Even though everyone present boasted of their extraordinary strength, they still involuntarily felt a chill that seeped into their hearts when faced with this golden light pillar. This formation, isn't it a little too frightening? The eyes of quite a number of elite Dodi within the crowd were shocked as they looked at the enormous formation in the sky. This was especially the case when they looked at the golden light cluster. Their eyes revealed a deep fear. Although they had come for the treasures within the remains, they had never thought that they would die in this place. They boasted of their great strength. Being elite Dodi, there were very few people in the entire western region who could kill them. Yet, even someone as strong as a Dodi was unable to survive for more than a second under this formation. How could this not cause fear to form in their hearts? However, just as a portion of the elite Dodi were about to turn their heads and withdraw, they realized that there was no longer any path of retreat around the stone platform. The stone steps from earlier had already disappeared. Currently, all they could see was a bottomless abyss. At this moment, all the elite Dodi present finally recovered. This included the people from the 4 great clans. A grave expression was written on everyone's faces. There was no path of retreat. The formation in front of them was so frightening that they did not have the ability to fight back. From the looks of it, this group of people seemed to have fallen into a hopeless situation. Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe in the air, had an incomparably grave expression on his face under the black robe. A pair of dark black eyes repeatedly swept over the entire open ground, hoping to find a thread of survival. However, when Xiao Yan looked around, all he saw was bright golden light all over the place. He was unable to find any openings. Thinking about it at this moment, it was likely that the deepest part of the remains was a trap. It was likely that the owner of the remains did not intend to leave behind his cultivation inheritance. Damn it! There are no openings. Don't tell me that we can only wait for death here. Xiao Yan frowned tightly under the black robe. His hands under his sleeves had unknowingly clenched into fists. Even with Xiao Yan's calm state of mind, he was unable to continue to remain calm in this kind of hopeless situation. At this moment, the huge formation in the sky began to operate once again. Dazzling golden light suddenly shot out and the entire square was instantly enveloped by the golden light. Everyone present could not help but shut their eyes. Soon after, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out once again. This time around, the formation's attack was even more ferocious than before. As the sound of something breaking through the air rang out beside everyone's ears, miserable shrieks immediately rang out from the two groups of people who were standing in two different places. The crowd and the sky once again fled in panic. In the blink of an eye, the golden light that covered the open ground had already scattered. Everyone raised their eyes. Only then did they see two golden light pillars descending from the sky. This time around, the golden light had killed nearly 10 elite Dodi in one go. 10 Dodi. If they were placed in the western region in the outside world, they would be terrifying existences that could do whatever they wanted. However, they had disappeared in the blink of an eye within the remains. Chapter 675. Everyone present, whose faces were filled with shock, only gradually recovered when the golden light pillar gradually scattered. Everyone's faces had some lingering fear as they looked at the spot where the golden light pillar had disappeared. At that spot, over 10 elite Dodis had lost their lives. Fear surged within everyone's hearts. At this moment, even Xiao Yan could only helplessly maneuver the Do Qi within his body, preparing to face any unexpected change in the situation. Chi. Soon after, before everyone present had any time to catch their breaths, the enormous golden formation above everyone's heads once again began to operate. A chi sound was emitted from the golden light cluster. The golden light on the entire formation also gradually became brighter. Seeing this scene, all the elite Do-Di in the empty space were immediately startled. The Do-Chi within their bodies surged out, preparing themselves for the golden light pillar that was about to descend once again. Chi! Soon after, a sharp sound of rushing air suddenly resounded over the place a couple of breaths later. Two shocking golden light pillars also shot out explosively from the golden energy cluster. They once again shot explosively toward the elite Do-Di in the empty space below. This time around, everyone in the sky was clearly prepared. Dozens of figures flashed and bitterly dodged the golden light pillars that brushed past them. Although they had dodged the two light pillars, their hearts did not rejoice because of this. This was because soon after the two golden light pillars missed, the large formation above everyone's heads once again began to operate without stopping. However, in the blink of an eye, another two light pillars fell one after another. Their targets were the elite Do-Di below. What? It's coming again. Everyone was suddenly shocked when the golden light shot out. Xiao Yan swiftly lifted his gaze under the black robe. He could see that one of the two golden light pillars was actually shooting toward his direction. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. He hurriedly raised his Do Qi and moved his body. Only when the light pillar arrived in front of him did he bitterly brush past it. The large black robe moved with the wind. A corner of the black robe came into contact with the golden light and quietly melted like snowflakes that had fallen into water. Ugh! Greatly alarmed, Xiao Yan hurriedly retreated. By the time he came to a stop, a large portion of his black robe had already been burned away by the golden light. This pillar of light is truly terrifying. A paleness involuntarily surged onto Xiao Yan's face under the black robe. His black robe had been corroded. Under the remnant might of the light pillar, Xiao Yan had also been somewhat affected. Although Xiao Yan had dodged the golden light pillar, the elite Do-Di on the other side were not so lucky. Although over half of them had managed to dodge it, there were still 3 elite Do-Di who had died miserably under the golden light pillar. However, just as everyone relaxed in their hearts, the large golden formation in the sky churned once again. In an instant, another golden light pillar shot out and shot towards the crowd below. What? This damn thing, it's actually not done yet. Everyone involuntarily frowned when they saw it. The do chi within their bodies surged wildly as they dodged towards the empty space in the distance. At this moment, Zhuolin, who was standing at the spot where the Zhuo clan was located among the 4 great clans, frowned as he watched the golden light pillar once again descend. This time around, there was actually only one. Zhuolin recalled the situation after the light pillar had descended. In the blink of an eye, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly and a surprised expression involuntarily flashed across the deep region of his eyes. This thing is really overbearing. If it does not take a life, it will continue to descend like this. In the end, even if the people here are not killed by the light pillar, they should be exhausted to death. The expressions of the people around him immediately changed when they heard these words. They pondered for a moment in their hearts and quickly understood. No wonder this golden light pillar continued to descend. So this was the reason. At the same time, the expressions on the faces of those elite Do Di present involuntarily changed once again after they heard Zhuolin's words. In other words, this light pillar would definitely not rest until it killed everyone present. Damn it. Don't tell me that we should just sit here and wait for death. The expressions on the faces of everyone present immediately became gloomy after they understood this point in their hearts. They did not have the slightest room to retaliate under this golden light pillar. However, if this continued, everyone present would not have any way to survive. While everyone was feeling anxious in their hearts, Zhuolin, who was in the empty space, hurriedly swept his sword-like sharp eyes over the open ground. On the other side, everyone present once again hurriedly dodged as the golden light pillar descended. Just as everyone was about to dodge the golden light pillar, a small skinny old man among the crowd suddenly attacked the people beside him. In this current situation, almost everyone's attention was placed on the golden light pillar in front of them. Who would bother about the people beside them? As expected, the old man had suddenly attacked. A white-haired old man, who had luckily dodged the golden light pillar, had just revealed a smile of having survived a calamity when a frightening enormous force violently pressed against his back from behind. Bang! The skinny old man's palm landed. Although the white-haired old man in front of him was not seriously injured, he was once again violently pushed into the golden light pillar before it disappeared. Ah! A sharp miserable cry had just sounded when it quickly returned to silence. After which, the golden light scattered. Only then did everyone present look at the skinny old man with shocked faces. Everyone's eyes revealed a deep fear. What are you doing? Now that everyone is standing on the same boat, what difference is there between your actions and sinking the boat together? An old man with a resolute face among the scattered crowd waved his sleeves and angrily reprimanded the skinny old man with an angry face. At the same time, following this old man's voice, the group of elite Do Di in the empty space also turned their gazes over. Everyone's eyes carried a trace of anger. GGA. Everyone has heard what Zhuo Gongzi said earlier. Once the light pillar appears, it will not stop until blood is seen. If everyone here continues to dodge like this, even if everyone is an elite Do Di, how long will you be able to endure? Hearing this, the skinny old man laughed. His smile appeared dark and evil. Hearing this, everyone in the empty space involuntarily frowned. Soon after, the skinny old man once again spoke and laughed strangely. As for what I did earlier, it was merely a delaying tactic. Although I pushed him into the golden light, didn't I also save your lives at the same time? Otherwise, why would all of you have the time to listen to me speak here? You would have long been cautiously dodging the golden light with all your hearts. After the skinny old man's words sounded, this time around, everyone present finally gradually quietened down. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. The golden formation, which was still churning intensely a moment ago, had indeed calmed down. It was likely that there would not be any more movements for some time. At the end of the day, I am not the only one who killed this fellow. All of you have done the same. The skinny old man waved his sleeves. His shriveled finger was like an awl as he pointed at everyone present. His face was filled with ridicule as he laughed coldly. Immediately, everyone present frowned and lowered their heads. They were actually speechless. In an instant, the atmosphere in the square had once again become unusually quiet. Ah, so this is the way to resolve it. Suddenly, Lin, who had been looking around the square below from the midair, suddenly opened his mouth. A pair of sharp sword-like eyes stared at the stone blocks on the square below. A cold smile gradually surged onto the corner of his mouth. Chapter 676. Dozens of elite Do-Di stood in the empty space above the large open ground. Their eyes revealed a cautious expression as they carefully observed the other people around them. The nerves all over their bodies could be said to be extremely tense. After the earlier matter, this group of people did not dare to be careless at this moment. They were afraid that someone would stab them in the back if they were not careful, causing them to lose their lives. Just as the atmosphere of the square had become extremely tense and solemn, something that touched everyone's hearts once again occurred. Chi. That extremely powerful strength once again surged within the large golden-colored formation in the sky. An extremely glaring golden light flickered intensely like the light of the sun in the middle of the formation. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to immediately raise their heads. Their eyes revealed shock as they stared at the glaring golden light. Even though the golden light caused their eyes to feel an intense piercing pain, these elite Do-Di had no choice but to forcefully endure it. In the face of life and death, they must endure regardless of how great the pain was. Chi. Everyone present hurriedly moved their bodies and fled in different directions after the two sounds of rushing air were emitted. At the same time, Lin in the midair also withdrew his gaze with an indifferent expression. Under the protection of Zhuo Bentang by the side, they had remained outside the golden light. Adding the reputation of the Zhuo clan, no one dared to approach them. This saved them a lot of trouble. As for Xiao Yan, it was not so easy for him to rely on his powerful spiritual strength to truly injure Xiao Yan despite the strength of the golden light and its incomparably fast speed. This time around, under the cover of the golden light that permeated the sky, there were indeed quite a number of elite Do-Di who had fallen under the golden light pillar. However, no one knew if there would be anyone among these people who would be forcefully pushed into the sea of fire like the one from earlier. The hearts of all the elite Do-Di present immediately turned cold when they thought of this. A chill involuntarily rose within their hearts. The distance between everyone present had been pulled apart in an invisible manner. Everyone, I know that after what happened earlier, everyone present will more or less have a grudge in their hearts. However, just as the crowd was carefully looking at each other, Lin, who was in the sky, slowly opened his mouth and spoke. Before his words sounded, everyone present was already curling their lips in their hearts. Naturally, there would be grudges. Moreover, it would only increase and not decrease. They were afraid of the people beside them. However, they were even more afraid of the people from the four great clans. Compared to the experts beside them, who were of similar strength, the four great clans could easily finish them off. How could they not be cautious when dealing with them? It is naturally normal to have a grudge. However, as everyone has said earlier, the current situation is tense. We are all standing on the same boat. If any of us want to disembark midway, only death will be awaiting us. Therefore, the tone in Lin's mouth paused slightly when he spoke until this point. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. He looked at the group of elite Do-Di in the sky but did not say anything. All the elite Do-Di present involuntarily knit their brows when they heard these words that did not end. They faced each other before looking at Lin. Everyone's face carried a trace of doubt. Therefore, you want us to cooperate with you? They were indeed worthy of being part of the four great clans. In the end, the person who spoke was still the second-ranked Huoba from the Huo clan. Huoba narrowed his eyes. An obscure glint flashed deep within his eyes. His tone carried some caution as he spoke. Even the ancestor of the Huo clan felt some fear in his heart toward the Zhuo clan. The ancestor of the Huo clan did not even really care about the other four great clans, the Bai clan and the Sun clan. Only this Zhuo clan caused them to feel an endless headache. Buying from the Bai clan and Sun Shuo from the Sun clan immediately turned their eyes over when Huo Bao's words were spoken. Buying was aware of Zhuo Lin's strength. He had observed every action of the latter. Huo Bao's words might have caused one to feel surprised, but this was within the expectations of the three clans. Sun Shuo, on the other hand, had gradually woken up from the grief of losing his son after experiencing a couple of dangers. His mouth emitted a cold laugh when he heard Zhuo Lin's words. No one will wake up early if there are no benefits. Zhuo Lin immediately frowned when he heard Sun Shuo's words. Even Zhuo Bentang, who was beside him, narrowed his eyes. A cold glint gradually surged in his sinister eyes. "Ah, clan leader's son, you are wrong. If it were not for the sake of our own lives, would not have said this." Zhuo Lin paused for a moment before he spoke again with a smile. However, this time, his smile was exceptionally cold. When they saw Zhuo Lin's fake smile, the people from the other three clans were secretly shocked. This was completely different from Zhuo Lin's usual cheerful demeanor. In the crowd, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. Under his black robe, he glanced at Zhuo Lin from time to time as he thought to himself. Since you want to cooperate, young Master Zhuo, why do you need to beat around the bush? Just say it. Cooperation is naturally not a problem, but, before the loud laughter sounded, the words in Huo Bao's mouth came to a sudden halt. His face immediately became solemn. Both of his eyes were narrowed as they stared at Zhuo Lin. He asked in a serious tone, "Before this, young Master Zhuo should at least give us a reason that can convince us to cooperate." The group of elite Do Di in the empty space suddenly raised their heads when Huo Bao's words were uttered. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes landed on Zhuo Lin's body in unison. Huo Bao's words were correct. Everyone present was an elite Do Di. Which one of them was not a prideful person? Zhuo Lin was merely a 2-star Do Di. If he went out, he would be a head above these people by relying on his clan's support. However, everyone was currently in a predicament. Who would cooperate with a 2-star Do Di just because of a sentence from him? Even if he had Zhuo Bentang by his side, it was similarly impossible for him to do so. Reason Zhuo Lin lowered his head and smiled. Only then did he slowly raise his head. His gaze swept over the entire place. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a disdainful arc as he softly laughed. "How about I lead everyone to break the formation?" Clamor. Everyone present immediately burst into an uproar when Zhuo Lin's words were uttered. Numerous gazes were like spotlights as they instantly looked toward Zhuo Lin. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even the members of the other three large clans and Zhuo Bentang by his side also revealed an expression of disbelief in their eyes. Xiao Yan, who was hidden under a black robe, swiftly revealed a surprised expression in his dark black eyes the moment Zhuo Lin's words were emitted from his mouth. It was unexpected that this Zhuo Lin had actually found a method to break the formation. This really caused one's heart to be surprised. The entire place suddenly descended into silence after the words from Zhuo Lin's mouth sounded. Everyone frowned as they pondered the credibility of Zhuo Lin's words. Of course, the members of the three large clans were an exception. They knew that Zhuo Lin was a ruthless person. They also clearly understood Zhuo Lin's arrogance. He could not tolerate sand in his eyes. At the same time, he was also unwilling to dirty himself. His words always possessed some credibility. This point was something that even the Hua, Bai, and Sun clans, who were also part of the four large clans, had no choice but to admit. Chi. Just as everyone present once again fell into deep thought, the heaven-ascending great formation in the sky was like a death sentence as it once again activated. At this moment, everyone present immediately understood in their hearts that there was not much time left for them to make a choice. Haha, since eldest young Master Joie has already stated his reason, my whole clan is willing to give it a try. My whole clan is willing to cooperate with the Joie clan. Hua Ba laughed out loud. He pulled Hua Tian behind him and spoke in a loud voice. Cuckoo, the Bai is currently all alone. I am willing to make this trip with the Joie clan. Bai also smiled faintly and expressed his attitude. Although Sun Shuo did not open his mouth, he also took a step forward to express his attitude. All the elite Do Di present involuntarily curled their mouths wildly in their hearts when they saw this. As they were all part of the 4 large clans, the gap in strength between them was naturally much smaller. The basis of their cooperation could also be considered balanced. However, they were merely a group of ordinary Do Di. If they were not careful, they might lose their lives. Being used as a tool by others was something that they could not accept. Cuckoo, let me warn you once again. If you are unwilling to cooperate now, don't say that we do not care about your life when the time comes. If we split into 2 boats, I will not care if his boat sinks or not. Ha! The pressure from Zhuolin caused the hearts of everyone present to suddenly tremble. From the looks of it, it was likely that they would not have a good ending if they were unwilling to cooperate. Even though they had already fallen into such a situation, their group did not have much of a chance of victory once the 4 large clans joined hands. Hence, from the looks of it now, they needed to make a choice. Moreover, following the agglomeration of the golden light, the large golden formation above everyone's heads was about to erupt once again. If they continued to hesitate like this, it would really be bad. The old me is willing to join. Suddenly, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, among the many elite Do Di, uttered these words in an extremely abrupt manner. At the same time, his footsteps slowly moved forward and he arrived at a spot not far from Bai Ying. A golden glint involuntarily flashed deep within Bai Ying's eyes when he saw this. At the same time, the other 3 clans also looked at this black-robed person. The expression in their eyes was different. This person was the black-robed person who had arrived at this open ground earlier than the 4 large clans. Of course, he was Xiao Yan. With the addition of Xiao Yan, the group of elite Do Di behind him helplessly lowered their heads. A short moment later, all the elite Do Di present had joined this cooperation group. It was also at this moment that 2 glaring large golden light pillars suddenly shot out from the sky. They were just like life-threatening impermanence as they violently attacked everyone. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 677. Chi Chi. The sound of rushing air approached from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it had already been transmitted to everyone's ears. It was as though the golden light pillar had already arrived in front of them, causing everyone present to feel a great shock in their hearts. At the same time, waves of powerful Do Chi surged out from the bodies of the elite Do Di present. Dozens of figures moved in unison. They appeared just like colorful and fragrant butterflies as they flew in the empty air. The golden light pillar was just like a falling meteor as it cut through the sky. Finally, it disappeared when it came into contact with the golden light on the ground below. During this process, the 2 light pillars did not harm a single person. With the experience from the previous couple of times, all the elite Do Di present finally had some understanding of this formation in their hearts. However, they were still far from being able to break the formation by themselves. No one dared to relax in their hearts after dodging the 2 golden lights. At the same time, the couple of powerful elite Do Di hurriedly turned their gazes to Zhuolin. They hoped that he would be able to lead them to break the formation as he had said. Zhuolin immediately smiled when he saw the gazes of those elite Do Di being shot over. He immediately turned around and extended his white hand from under his sleeves. He pointed at the many lotus stone blocks on the open ground below and spoke in a loud voice. That is the method to break this formation. The faces of all the elite Dodi present involuntarily revealed a stunned expression when these words were uttered. Soon after, Zhuolin hurriedly continued speaking when the second golden light was about to land, seemingly in order to convince everyone. The strength that supports this large formation comes from those stone blocks. From the beginning until now, there have been a total of 7 light pillars that have taken people's lives. Everyone, please take a careful look. Currently, 7 of those rotating stone blocks on the open ground have already stopped rotating. Even the golden light that covered the stone blocks has completely disappeared. Doesn't this indicate that this is the source of those golden light pillars? All the elite Dodi present involuntarily knit their brows when they heard Zhuolin's subjective words. However, since they had already made their stand clear, it would not be easy for them to disembark after boarding Zhuolin's boat. Hence, all the elite Dodi present could only throw their gazes toward the stone blocks on the open ground in a half-believing manner. As expected, among those stone blocks that were constantly rotating, 7 of them had indeed stopped rotating. Moreover, even the golden light in the center of the lotus had completely dissipated. What should we do now? An old man from the crowd looked at Zhuolin with a frown. He somewhat believed Zhuolin's logic. However, how they were going to break the formation was the most important question. If the large formation was not broken, they would not be able to escape the fate of sinking even if they changed a boat. Old sir, you have asked the question. Hearing this, Zhuolin's face immediately revealed a satisfied smile. He smiled slightly and replied, "The success and failure of this large formation lies in this. Since the core strength of the large formation originates from here, as long as we join hands and destroy these stone blocks, this large formation will naturally be destroyed and disappear." Zhuolin placed his hands behind his back. His face carried a smile as his gaze calmly looked at the many elite Dodi present. However, some of the elite Dodi present involuntarily laughed out loud when Zhuolin's words were emitted. It was a long while later before someone finally asked Zhuolin in a deep voice, "Young Master Zhuo, if this is the method to break the formation that you have mentioned, isn't it a little too simple? It is merely a few stone blocks. With our strength, wouldn't it be extremely easy to destroy them? It would be as simple as crushing an ant." Everyone laughed. Such a small matter was actually spoken by Zhuolin as if it was a big matter. It was really laughable. "Oh. Is that so?" Zhuolin smiled faintly. However, a smile had just appeared on everyone's faces in the empty space when 2 enormous golden light pillars emitted a chi sound and passed through the crowd. In an instant, quite a number of the already small number of elite Dodi present had died. Immediately, the expressions of the remaining group of people changed drastically. Zhuolin responded with a cold smile. A cold glint appeared in his eyes as he spoke once again. "If everyone does not believe me, you can attack and give it a try. As long as you see this stone block break, you will naturally know whether it is a success or failure." As soon as these words left Zhuolin's mouth, everyone present glanced at each other. They knew in their hearts that this was already the last method. Even if they were helpless, they had to brace themselves and charge forward. Otherwise, only death would await them. Allow the old me to break this formation. Suddenly, an old man wearing a brocade robe from the crowd in the empty space suddenly attacked. He waved his large sleeve and numerous terrifying do-chi lights shot out. They were just like shooting stars as they violently smashed toward the stone blocks in the open ground below. Bang! Following the appearance of an earth-shaking loud sound, golden light shot in all directions around the large open ground. Do-chi rippled and dust swiftly swept over the entire open ground following the do-chi waves. That elite Do-di who had attacked earlier emitted a disdainful cold laugh from his nose. The instant he raised his gaze, he discovered that the enormous golden formation in the sky above his head had once again begun to churn at this moment. What is going on? Don't tell me that Zhuolin's judgment is wrong. Damn it. What should we do now? Bastard. Go all out. Charge into the large formation and forcefully obtain the inheritance. Once we obtain the inheritance, we will be the only victors here. The eyes of the elite Do-D in the empty space revealed a hopeless expression as they stared at the large golden formation in the sky that had once again begun to circulate. Some of them were already prepared to make a final gamble. No matter what, they would not be willing to die in this place. The thing that was different from the others was that Xiao Yan's gaze was currently placed on the stone blocks in the open ground below. When the dust on the open ground slowly scattered, Xiao Yan's dark black pupils suddenly shrunk at this moment. His heart involuntarily felt a surprise because of this. So this is the case. This Xuelin is really frightening. The dust scattered and one could see that the open ground below was completely calm. The attack of that elite Do-D did not cause the stone blocks in the open ground to suffer even the slightest damage. When Xiao Yan focused his eyes and looked over, he could see a layer of golden light on the surface of some of the stone blocks. It was protecting those stone blocks within it. Is it like this? No wonder I am unable to break the formation using an ordinary method. Since this is the case, let me give it a try. Xiao Yan let out a low cry in his heart. In the empty space, he, who was hidden under a black robe, called out to the narwhal snake. His body immediately flashed and the invisible space twisted slightly. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body had already disappeared from this empty space. Ha! It's him, he has indeed discovered it. Xuelin, who was standing to the side, smiled coldly. His expression became increasingly doubtful as he stared at Xiao Yan. At the same time, two golden pillars of light shot down from the sky, carrying a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and the earth as they shot down towards the people below. Xiao Yan stood in front of a stone block that was swiftly rotating on the open ground. A heavenly flame surged deep within his eyes. Under the close observation of Xiao Yan, the stone block in front of him, which was rotating at a frightening speed, gradually slowed down in Xiao Yan's mind. Suddenly, both of Xiao Yan's hands under his sleeves were slowly clenched. The Do Qi that was flowing within the Qi paths in his body also gradually became faster. It swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiao Yan's palms until a certain moment, when the two golden light pillars that fell from the sky once again charged into the crowd, a pair of eyes that were filled with flames under the black robe suddenly opened at this moment. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. The black robe flapped and Xiao Yan's body instantly shot through the empty space like a sharp arrow. When the punch was thrown, even the invisible empty space trembled because of it. An ear-piercing rushing wind sound resounded over the entire space along with the sound of the golden light pillar falling. However, compared to the latter, the former appeared to be filled with sharpness and overbearingness. Its sharpness was completely exposed, appearing as though it wanted to cut through everything in the world. Its force was unstoppable and unmatched. The strong and ferocious fist wind agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan. It was just like the vanguard of a vast and mighty army. Only the strength of this force would be able to deal the enemy the most powerful blow. If the current Xiao Yan was a long spear, the fist wind above his head would be the cold glint at the tip of the spear. It was the kind that caused one's heart to bleed upon seeing it. 8th grade collapse. Break for me. Xiao Yan suddenly cried out loudly in his heart. The 8th grade collapse was one of the earliest Do techniques that Xiao Yan had become famous for. Xiao Yan's understanding of it had long since surpassed the Tian class Do techniques. When he used it now, forget about the 8th layer, it was likely that even the 10th layer, 18th layer, or 80th layer would not be a problem. Such a strong, ferocious, overbearing strength was naturally most compatible with the physical strength that Xiao Yan had painstakingly trained all over his body. All of this appeared to be a short period of time, but in reality, it was merely the blink of an eye. The instant the golden light pillar descended, Xiao Yan's fist had already solidly smashed into a stone block. Bang! Following the muffled explosion sound that was emitted, a frightening energy storm immediately raged over the open ground. Xiao Yan's fist actually violently smashed into the stone block in front of him. The powerful force forcefully stopped this swiftly rotating stone block. Soon after, numerous thick crack lines swiftly climbed onto the entire stone block. After which, Xiao Yan's arm shook. The force that was hidden within his arms suddenly erupted at this moment. One could hear a bang sound and the stone block in front of Xiao Yan suddenly burst apart. As for the golden light formation that guarded the surface of the stone block, it was forcefully shattered by Xiao Yan's most overbearing strength. Of course, it was also thanks to the hidden force of the Grade 8 crumble that completely shattered it from the inside out, resulting in the current situation. It was also at this moment that as Xiao Yan's punch landed, one of the two golden-colored light pillars that were swiftly descending toward everyone in the battleground exploded with a bang in front of everyone's stunned gazes. It turned into golden-colored light spots that permeated the sky. They were like numerous golden-colored snowflakes or fireflies in the daytime as they drifted away in a disorderly manner. As for the other light pillar, it successfully charged into the crowd. After killing an elite Dodi, it swiftly disappeared. However, at this moment, everyone no longer had the time to bother about this. The reason why the golden light had suddenly exploded was what they were most concerned about at this moment. Soon after, the gazes of everyone in the open ground suddenly turned. Numerous gazes were like spotlights that landed on Xiao Yan's body at this moment. Only at this moment did everyone gradually recover. All of their gazes were surprised as they looked at Xiao Yan in the open ground. They watched the stone block that had completely exploded under his punch and recalled the scene from earlier. A huge wave immediately rose within everyone's hearts. At the same time, the hearts of everyone present also recalled the words that Zhuolin had said. Those stone blocks are really the key to breaking this formation. The hearts of all the elite Dodi immediately rejoiced. Since this was the case, as long as they were able to break the formation, they would have the opportunity to obtain the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue in the middle of the open ground. The hearts of everyone present felt their blood boil when they thought of this. They moved one after another and each of them charged toward a stone block. At this moment, these elite Dodi in the open ground were just like well-trained soldiers. One of them was able to command the entire army. It was really a little ironic that such a thing had happened to a group of elite Dodi who did not trust each other. However, compared to Xiao Yan, these people were not so lucky. Although everyone's strength had already reached the level of an elite Dodi, it was extremely difficult for them to perform an overbearing attack like Xiao Yan did earlier. Bang bang bang, when the first wave of attacks began, the elite Dodi present immediately discovered the uniqueness of this stone block. Originally, they thought that it was merely a stone block and was not a big deal. However, they were only able to sense the strangeness of this stone block when they personally attacked. At the instant when the two came into contact, the strength of the Do skills in the hands of these elite Dodi would be forcefully reduced by over half by the swiftly rotating stone block in front of them. Additionally, there was a powerful defensive formation covering the exterior of the stone block. Even these elite Dodi would not be able to destroy a stone block within a short period of time. All the Dodi involuntarily sighed quietly in their hearts when they thought of this in their hearts. At the same time, they could not help but feel shocked by the strength of this black-robed person that Xiao Yan had disguised himself as. Being able to completely shatter a stone block with just one punch. This kind of frightening battle result was not something that an ordinary elite Dodi could achieve. They were even more unable to act as carefree as Xiao Yan. Haha, old mister is indeed someone with extraordinary strength. I admire you. However, if a mere stone block wishes to block me, humph humph, Ba, who had descended from the open ground, laughed out loud. He first cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan before suddenly turning around. Doqi swiftly agglomerated in his palm and his palm landed heavily on the stone block in front of him. At the same time, Baiying and Sun Shua also stood in front of a stone block in a couple of other directions. Even Zhuo Bentang from the Zhuo clan descended. Do Qi wildly surged out of his body and violently smashed toward the stone block in front of him. Only Zhuo Lin continued to stand in the empty air by himself. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was wrapped in a black robe. A glint flashed deep within his eyes. "You, who exactly are you?" Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website, M. Chapter 678. Human figures flashed over the enormous open ground that was overflowing with golden light. Intense explosions were continuously being emitted over the open ground, causing the entire place to tremble intensely. At this moment, all of the remaining elite Do Di present had each occupied a side. They stood in groups of 2s and 3s in front of a stone block. Powerful Do Qi wildly surged within each of their bodies. One after another, frightening Do skills were violently thrown out by these elite Do Di's hands. They carried an endless aura as they heavily smashed toward the enormous stone block in front of them. Despite this, even though everyone present was an elite Do Di, they were still unable to destroy a stone block within a short period of time even if 3 elite Do Di were to join hands. In the blink of an eye, a total of 4 hours had passed since everyone from the manufacturer had attacked together until now. However, during these 4 hours, the combined efforts of dozens of elite Do Di were only able to destroy a couple of the stone blocks. Until this moment, there were still a total of 12 enormous stone blocks that were still standing completely in this open ground. There were quite a number of stone blocks that had finally stopped because the energy within them had been completely exhausted. Chi chi chi, the glaring golden light that was being emitted from the large golden formation in the sky gradually paled following the decrease in the number of stone blocks. Even though this was the case, the strength of the golden light pillar that shot out from it did not weaken at all. Anyone who came into contact with it would be able to preserve their life without exception. At this moment, the large golden formation, which had been quiet for a couple of breaths, was once again activated. A frightening aura that caused one's heart to tremble was once again emitted from it. The expression on the faces of everyone present involuntarily changed when Che Ju Dao's aura was transmitted over. Breaking the formation was the most important thing at this moment. Earlier, a couple of elite Do Di had died under the golden light because they were in a hurry to break the formation. At this moment, this group of people did not wish to repeat the same mistake. "Everyone, be careful. That thing is coming again." An elite Do Di on the open ground hurriedly cried out loudly. After working together for a moment, no one present dared to easily abandon the people beside them. After all, given the strength of this stone block, it was impossible for a single person to destroy it. Unless they borrowed the help of even more experts and joined hands, only then would it be possible to swiftly destroy it. After everyone heard the words that were emitted from the mouth of this elite Do Di, all the elite Do Di present recovered. One by one, they paused their bodies and stared at the bright golden light in the sky with solemn expressions. Soon after, 2 rays of light with frightening auras swiftly shot out from the golden-colored formation in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they tore through empty space and ruthlessly shot toward everyone below. One of them was aimed at Xiao Yan, who was standing outside of the crowd at this moment. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw the sharp light pillar that shot toward him. Ever since he had blasted apart a stone block with a punch earlier, this damn thing seemed to be bearing a grudge. Each time it landed, one of the 2 light pillars would be aimed at Xiao Yan. Even though Xiao Yan was not afraid, he would definitely not be able to endure it if this continued. Damn it. There is really no end to it. Xiao Yan let out a soft cold cry in his heart. His body hurriedly flashed. Only then did he barely dodge the golden light that was heading toward him. At the same time, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned. A fierce expression immediately surfaced on his face under the black robe. His large hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. Do Qi agglomerated in his palm and the skin on the surface of his body was swiftly covered by a layer of purple-gold dragon scales. A hot flame swiftly agglomerated in both of Xiao Yan's eyes at this moment. Break! Soon after, Xiao Yan let out a stern cry in his heart. A powerful force forcefully tore the surrounding empty space apart when it rushed through the empty space. The strength of this attack was even more powerful than the punch from earlier. Bang! The fist landed and the stone block collapsed along with it. Soon after, Xiao Yan lifted his eyes and looked at the large golden formation in the sky. Following the destruction of another stone block, the golden light that Xiao Yan had dodged earlier no longer descended. Moreover, the glow on the large golden formation had also become increasingly dim. This fellow, what an overbearing strength! Who is he? If there really was such a person in the western region, how could we not know of him? The reappearance of this scene involuntarily caused everyone present to be shocked in their hearts. Within the four great clans, Zhuo Bentang's and Huo Ba's gazes involuntarily changed when they looked at Xiao Yan. Elder Huo Ba, who is this person? Why is he so strong? Huo Tian frowned as he looked at Xiao Yan in the battleground. His heart felt extremely solemn. With such a powerful strength, it was likely that even he was far from being a match for this black-robed person. From the way this black-robed person attacked and the strength that he unleashed, this person was definitely not an ordinary elite Dodi. It was likely that no one would believe that he was some unknown person. At the very least, from the strength that the latter had displayed at this moment, his strength seemed to be comparable to the people from the four great clans. I don't know, this is the first time that even I have seen this fellow. Before this, I have never heard of such an elite Dodi. Could it be that he has also just arrived in the western region? Huo Ba frowned and shook his head. His heart was similarly filled with doubt toward this black-robed person in front of him. This stone block was something that even he would have to exhaust quite a lot of strength if he wanted to break it with a punch. However, at this moment, this stone block was actually like tofu in front of this black-robed person. It was easily destroyed by him. This really caused one to be shocked. On the other side, even Zhuo Bentang from the Zhuo clan was similarly frowning as he looked at Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe. His brows were filled with surprise as his pair of old eyes slowly narrowed. First young master said that it is fine if this person can become friends with us. If he cannot, we must not become enemies with him. First young master is right. Such an enemy is something that even our Zhuo clan cannot easily offend. Zhuo Bentang sighed with a solemn feeling in his heart. Only then did his tightly knit brows slowly relax as he looked at Zhuo Lin behind him. At this moment, there was a cold smile in Bai Ying's heart. From the looks of it, the attention of the Zhuo clan and the Huo clan was currently attracted by this black-robed person in front of him. This was undoubtedly a good thing for him. After all, compared to them, he was clearly aware of the identity of this black-robed person. At the same time, Xiao Yan also withdrew his hand. He lifted his eyes to look at the large golden formation in the sky. The expression in his eyes became increasingly cold. I say, the few of you over there. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to watch over there. As members of the four great clans, I do not believe that all of you are unable to even deal with this stone block. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly turned. He stared at Bai Ying a short distance away as he spoke in a seemingly hinting manner. Although he was not afraid of this light beam, if he continued to be exhausted like this, how would he have the strength to fight for the Doqi inheritance? At that time, not only would he not be able to obtain the Doqi inheritance, his fighting strength would also be greatly reduced. If this group of people were to recognize his identity, it would likely be difficult for him to leave. Hence, Xiao Yan had no choice but to make some plans for himself. Everyone hurriedly withdrew their thoughts upon hearing this. Numerous gazes were once again thrown towards the stone block. Moreover, at this moment, an intense explosion suddenly sounded in the square. In an instant, the gazes of everyone present were once again attracted over. Ugh, it's Sun Shuo. What a frightening strength. It is unexpected that he is also able to shatter a stone block with one strike. The gazes of everyone present were shocked as they looked at the current Sun Shuo. In front of them, an enormous stone block was slowly falling. That stone block was already covered with densely packed crack lines. Everyone focused their eyes and looked over. They could see an enormous fist imprint deeply embedded into the stone block. From the looks of it, it should be caused by some kind of extremely powerful Do technique. Oh. It is unexpected that he has actually attacked. Moreover, he has used his full strength. Seeing this scene, Huoba could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. However, he quickly frowned again. His eyes revealed a worried expression. During this trip to the remains, Sun Shuo's eldest son had died here. At this moment, although he had already recovered his consciousness, the killing intent and fury in his heart could never be quelled. However, it was also because of this that his strength was even greater than before. If they were to fight under such circumstances, it was likely that even Huoba would not be a match for him. However, the thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that the real murderer of Sun Shuo's son seemed to be that fellow called Xiao Yan. If he was not wrong, that Xiao Yan should be among this group of people at this moment. If this was the case, it was likely that they would be able to save a great deal of trouble sooner or later. As long as they waited for Xiao Yan's identity to be exposed at the critical moment, Sun Shuo's target would instantly change. At that time, the Do Qi inheritance in the hands of the statue would only be up to their 3 clans to fight over. Of course, other than this, there was also this mysterious black-robed person present. However, it was hard to say just who the Do Qi inheritance would land in at that time. No one was willing to become enemies with an elite Do Di who possessed extraordinary strength. If his side was able to befriend him, he might be able to obtain the Do Qi inheritance when the time came. Huoba involuntarily laughed in his heart when he thought of this. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze and placed it on the stone block closest to him. Since he wanted to curry favor with the other party, he should go with the flow. Was this not the fastest way to close the relationship between both parties? When Baiying noticed the gaze that Xiao Yan shot over, he involuntarily laughed at the latter. His body immediately moved and violently charged toward the stone block in front of him. Shuo Bentang involuntarily frowned when he saw that the other 3 clans had already acted. How could he not understand the aim of these 3 clans in his heart? He immediately moved and charged toward a stone block that was relatively close to him. However, right at that moment, Zhuolin, who was behind him, suddenly called out to him to a stop. Wait! Shuo Bentang's charging body suddenly paused. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhuolin behind him. Why, the other 3 clans have already acted. Are we still going to wait here? Once this fellow is roped in by the other 3 clans, at that time, there is no need to bother about him. Just let him be. Now, all you need to do is to preserve your strength. Although I am not certain, I have a faint feeling that there will likely be a tough battle soon. As for this black-robed person, humph, Zhuolin let out a faint cold snort at the end of his words. However, he quickly turned his gaze and parted his mouth to laugh. However, since the other 3 clans have already acted, you should at least put on an act. You only need to break 1 stone block. Leave the rest to them. Zhuolin withdrew his hand from Zhuo Bentang's shoulder after saying this. After which, his body gently landed on the square. A pair of sword-like eyes stared intently at the statue in the middle of the square. More accurately speaking, he was staring at the Do Qi inheritance in the hands of the statue. With this, the next chief of the Sky Sword sect will definitely be me. The expression in his eyes gradually became cold. A pair of white hands slowly clenched under his snow-white sleeves, emitting a creaking sound. As everyone on the square attacked with all their might, this time, only 4 of the 9 stone stools remained in the square in a short period of time. It was also at this moment that the nearly transparent large formation in the sky appeared to be unwilling to give up despite having reached such a stage. It once again began to churn. This time around, all of the strength on it wildly agglomerated within the faint golden light cluster. The aura within it was many times stronger than before. Everyone immediately frowned when they saw this. There was always a stern expression between their brows. Numerous gazes stared at the golden light cluster in the sky. The do-chi within everyone's bodies surged out in an even more turbulent manner. Finally, is it time for the final fight? Everyone raised their heads. Their gazes looked at the sky. While the do-chi on the surface of their bodies churned, everyone present had already made preparations to withdraw. Chi. Soon after, the cluster of golden light, which had already become many times paler in the sky above everyone's heads, suddenly churned intensely. Soon after, 4 golden light pillars with frightening auras suddenly shot out from within and shot toward the crowd below. Everyone's hearts were immediately greatly shocked when they saw this scene. It was unexpected that 4 golden light pillars would appear at the same time. Unless they were able to destroy the 4 stone blocks before these light pillars killed them, they could only wait for death in this place. Quick! Don't hold back anymore. Attack together and destroy these 4 stone blocks. Otherwise, the next person to die might be any one of us. Mu Kuan-Luan, who was holding the black metal rod, let out a stern cry from the crowd. His strong body suddenly shook and green-colored do-chi immediately rose on the surface of his body. At the same time, the people around him did not dare to hesitate even a little. What Mu Kuan-Luan said was right. If they dared to hold back even a little, the next person to die might be the person who held back. Soon after, over 10 kinds of extraordinary do skills were swung out from everyone's hands when the 4 light pillars fell. They carried the ability to destroy the world as they violently collided with the remaining 4 stone blocks. Bang! An enormous bang reverberated unceasingly over this large open ground. Soon after, everyone suddenly turned their heads and looked at the 4 light pillars that were shooting toward them in the sky. As the rumbling sound was emitted, the 4 light pillars continued to descend without stopping. In an instant, the hearts of everyone present turned pale with fright. The expressions on each of their faces became as dumbstruck as wooden chickens. A deep fear surged into everyone's hearts at this moment. It was unexpected that even though they had used all their strength, they were still unable to escape death in the end. Puff! The 4 sharp light pillars carried an incomparably shocking aura as they violently fell. Finally, they turned into golden light that filled the sky. They appeared just like drifting snow, yet also like the setting sun. Chapter 679. The remaining dozens of elite do-di in the large open ground slowly recovered. They looked at the golden afterglow that gradually scattered down from above their heads. The indifferent expression in everyone's eyes gradually disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a wild joy of having survived a calamity. The formation has been broken, the formation has been broken. This formation has finally been broken. We are not dead. Let's break this formation. With the formation broken, the faces of everyone in Changzhou were filled with an extremely excited smile. Some people could not help but tear up. Tears flowed down their old faces. The wild joy in their hearts caused them to wish that they could hug the people beside them and welcome this beautiful moment that was like a rainbow after the rain. It was also at this moment that the elite do-di in the open ground immediately recovered. The excitement in the open ground lasted for less than 10 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the group of elite do-di who were gathered together immediately scattered. An icy coldness swiftly surged into everyone's eyes. With the formation broken, their hearts were filled with joy because they had survived a calamity. However, at the same time, they also recalled the ultimate goal of their trip. Do-chi inheritance. Ha 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 ha. This is really a group of ingrates. They only hugged each other tightly when they were about to die. Now that they have eaten their fill, they find each other an eyesore. Ha 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 ha, what a joke. Outside of the crowd, Huoba's eyes widened as he looked at the scattered people in the open ground. His eyes were filled with a cold smile. The expression on his face was filled with incomparable ridicule. The expressions on everyone's faces changed when they heard this. They immediately turned their heads to look at the source of the voice. Just as they were about to flare up, everyone's faces turned green when they saw the person who had spoken. They became silent. If it was before, they would naturally not be afraid of the Huo clan if they joined hands. However, the current situation was different. The formation had been broken. Everyone present could be said to have their own ulterior motives. This caused them to have no choice but to be cautious. Ha 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 ha. Huoba could not help but laugh out loud when he saw everyone reveal such an expression. At the same time, Zhuo Bentang moved and returned to Zhuolin's side. Bai Ying, Xiao Yan, and Sun Shuo, who were outside of the crowd, turned their eyes over when they saw this scene. Zhuolin laughed coldly in his heart when he saw the gazes that shot over. His gaze slowly swept across the area, passing over Bai Ying and the rest. However, in the end, it paused on Xiao Yan, who was standing outside the crowd. Xiao Yan could not help but frown when he sensed the latter's gaze. Could it be that this monster from the Zhuo family had noticed something? As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan slowly lifted his head. At the same time, he used his hand to gently pull the cloak on his head. Under the black cloak, a pair of pitch-black eyes looked at Zhuolin, who was opposite him. "What's up?" A faint old voice slowly spat out. From these words, one could hear a trace of impatience. It seemed that the black-robed man was rather dissatisfied with the latter's gaze. Huoba immediately chuckled when he sensed this. Bai Ying remained silent by the side. As for Sun Shuo, he raised his eyes slightly and frowned. However, he did not open his mouth to speak. Old sir, when we were breaking the formation earlier, you destroyed the most stone blocks. It can be said that you have worked hard and contributed greatly. This junior hopes that you can accompany us and show your respect. At the same time, this junior also hopes to thank old sir for your trust. Zhuolin smiled faintly in response. He respectfully cupped his hands together towards the black-robed man and said. Huoba immediately frowned when Zhuolin's words were spoken. However, before he could speak, the old and indifferent voice was heard once again. I can thank you, but there is no need to accompany us. This old man does not interact with strangers. Xiao Yan spoke faintly before turning his body around. His gaze landed on the statue that was currently standing in the open ground. Zhuo Bentang's face immediately sank when he saw that the black-robed man actually dared to ignore Zhuolin. He took a step forward and was about to speak when Zhuolin pulled him back. Zhuolin gently shook his head and indicated for Zhuo Bentang to stop. Seeing this, Zhuo Bentang revealed an unwilling expression and withdrew his gaze. His eyes viciously glared at Xiao Yan. He let out a cold snort and did not speak anymore. Everyone, since the formation has been broken, shouldn't it be time to see the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue? Next, it will be up to everyone's ability to decide who gets this item. Bai Ying waited until everyone present threw their fiery gazes towards the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue before he slowly stepped forward. At the same time, his mouth laughed as he spoke. Everyone's faces immediately surged with excitement when they heard this. There were quite a number of figures who took the lead and rushed wildly toward the statue, intending to be the first to obtain the Doqi inheritance before everyone else. After what had happened earlier, these people had clearly become even more cautious. Even though they saw that there were already people who had taken the lead and charged forward, no one dared to easily make a move. Only when those few people were about to approach the statue did the crowd behind them crazily charge forward like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey. Humph, all of you, back off. Is this inheritance something that you can touch? Just as everyone moved, Huoba suddenly let out a stern cry from behind. At the same time, an extremely frightening aura suddenly swept over from behind everyone. In an instant, all the elite Dodi present felt as though they were carrying an enormous mountain on their backs, unable to move even an inch. Damn it! This fellow's aura is too terrifying. Everyone, attack together. Even if he is a 3-star Dodi, it is impossible for him to suppress so many of us at the same time. All the elite Dodi present immediately became like frightened horses when they sensed this frightening aura pressure. Soon after, however, they once again united together. Their auras merged and blocked Huoba's aura pressure. At this moment, Xiao Yan and the others behind no longer hesitated. They moved one after another and swiftly flew toward the statue in the middle of the square. Their respective targets were naturally the Doqi inheritance in the hands of the statue. Shuolin, who was following at the back, had his eyes on Xiao Yan at this moment. Beside him, Shuo Bentang wished that he could carry Shuolin and charge forward. However, he knew in his heart that this was Shuolin's intention. Helpless, he could only follow closely. His old eyes leaped over everyone in front of him and stared at the cluster of Doqi inheritance. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan and the others had already arrived in front of the statue with an unusually quick speed. Previously, when they looked at it from afar, they were unable to accurately judge the height of this statue. Now that they were in front of it, everyone was finally able to clearly see it. The entire statue was hundreds of feet tall. At this height, even Xiao Yan, who had unleashed the King Kong glass body, appeared like a child in front of it. Moreover, these were elite Dodi who were of normal size. In front of this statue, everyone was just like ants. At this moment, the group of elite Dodi who had escaped from Huoba's aura behind Xiao Yan's group once again caught up. The group's target was the Doqi inheritance. Their eyes were fiery hot and their blood boiled. Xiao Yan and the others naturally did not show any weakness. Each of them moved. The 3,000 lightning movement under Xiao Yan's feet was unleashed to its limit. Waves of thunder roared in the sky, shaking one's soul. Xiao Yan's body turned into a lightning bolt and swiftly flew toward the hand of the statue. Behind him, Baiying and Huoba also did not show any weakness. Shuolin, who was even further back, stared intently at the statue. The guess in his heart was also becoming deeper and deeper. First, young master, once there is a change, immediately attack that black-robed person. Do not show any mercy. Before Shuo Bentang's voice sounded, Shuolin's cold voice gave an order that did not allow anyone to refute. But that inheritance, why are you panicking? Do as I say. At that time, these fellows will naturally become chaotic. You just need to focus on dealing with that black-robed person. Shuolin's expression was dark and cold as he spoke indifferently. Hearing this, Shuo Bentang involuntarily knit his brows tightly. He hesitated for a moment before nodding his head heavily. Seeing this, Shuolin withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan's back. A dense cold smile gradually surged onto the corner of his mouth. Humph humph, regardless of whether you are Bai Zhan or Xiao Yan, you will definitely die today. Shuolin laughed coldly in his heart. Only then did he raise his eyes and look at the cluster of Doqi inheritance in the hand of the statue. His body moved and he swiftly flew over. He, Sun Hanshi Sun Hanshi. You will be the one to complete this young master's great undertaking. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Numerous figures swiftly flashed through the empty air and swiftly flew towards the hand of the statue. They chased each other and did not forget to block each other. Of course, such methods were naturally useless against Xiao Yan's group. At this moment, they were merely 100 feet away from the cluster of Doqi inheritance. Under normal circumstances, they would be able to cover this distance in an instant. However, today, in front of this powerful Do-Chi inheritance, no one would hold back. Ha, elder, I will take this inheritance first. Ha ha. Suddenly, Huoba, who was following closely behind Xiao Yan, suddenly increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, his body had already surpassed the current Xiao Yan, leaving him behind as he swiftly charged towards the Do-Chi inheritance. Haha, Huoba, you have nearly forgotten about me. Soon after, Bai Ying's body had unknowingly appeared in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, he acted and blocked Huoba. Bai Ying, you wish to stop me. Why, can't I? Huoba's cold laughter had just sounded when Bai Ying's tone was not the slightest bit weaker. Ha ha. Come and give it a try. Huoba's expression turned cold. He flipped his hand and ruthlessly threw a palm at Bai Ying. At the same time, Bai Ying did not show any mercy. His body shook and a punch was thrown forward. Bang! When the attack landed, the two of them each took a couple of steps back. Their bodies shook and the force on their bodies dissipated. However, while the two of them were distracted, they did not realize that Sun Shuo's body had unknowingly appeared above the hand of the statue. The expressions of the two of them suddenly changed when they saw this. However, before they could move, they saw that the black-robed Xiao Yan had already appeared opposite Sun Shuo. Between the two of them was a cluster of golden Do-Chi light that was the size of a person. It was the Do-Chi inheritance. Seeing this, the hearts of the two of them finally relaxed. Soon after, they hurriedly moved and rushed towards the two above. You wish to compete with me? Sun Shuo's tone was ice-cold and did not contain the slightest emotion. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened when he heard this. Both of his eyes slowly narrowed. It was not difficult to see that Sun Hanqi's death was indeed quite a big blow to Sun Shuo. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a state. Cuckoo, I am not the only one who cares about this Do-Chi inheritance. Even if I do not fight for it, there will similarly be others who will. Get lost. Sun Shuo's expression was indifferent as he coldly snorted. His hand violently grabbed at the Do-Chi inheritance in front of him. Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not hesitate. He extended his hand and grabbed at the Do-Chi inheritance in front of him at the same time. The two of them each grabbed a corner, intending to fight for it. Neither of them gave way to the other. Soon after, Huoba and Bai Ying also charged forward. Sun Shuo once again emitted a cold snort when he saw that the situation was not good. He waved his sleeves and numerous Do-Chi pillars smashed toward the two people who were charging over and Xiao Yan, who was currently standing opposite of them. Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to be careless in the face of an attack from a 3-star Do-Di. His other hand was violently flipped. Do-Chi agglomerated and his palm violently met the attack. Yellow Spring Palm. Bang! A low cry sounded. Soon after, a muffled explosion sounded between Sun Shuo and Xiao Yan. A Do-Chi wave swept apart, forcing Xiao Yan and Sun Shuo to each take a step back. Soon after, the two of them once again grabbed the Do-Chi inheritance in front of them with their bare hands. Bai Ying and Huoba had already arrived in front of them. The four of them moved and their large hands each grabbed one side of the Do-Chi inheritance. Soon after, they once again attacked. Bang 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 bang. Successive explosions suddenly sounded. This time around, the four of them were all forced back. The black-robed Xiao Yan, being a bandit, was undoubtedly at a disadvantage in this exchange. However, he was still able to forcefully endure. While the four of them were being forced back, the Do-Chi inheritance in the hands of the statue was forcefully sent flying by the Do-Chi wave that was created from the collision between the four of them. Immediately, the crowd behind immediately charged forward like they had gone crazy. They intended to grab the Do-Chi inheritance with their hands. The expressions of Xiao Yan's group changed when they saw this scene. Their bodies moved and they once again charged toward the Doqi inheritance. However, just as everyone moved, no one noticed that when the Doqi inheritance left the hands of the statue, numerous golden lights swiftly agglomerated in the eyes of the beautiful lady statue, transforming into a mysterious formation. The golden light was bright, but everyone present was completely unaware of it. Once Xiao Yan's group charged into the crowd, a bright golden light immediately shot out from the pair of eyes of the statue. In the blink of an eye, 2 golden light beams broke through the air and ruthlessly shot toward the group where Xiao Yan was located. The 2 golden light beams soared with the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had already transformed into 2 frightening golden light beams that were 100 feet in thickness. Only when the light beams arrived in front of everyone did Xiao Yan's group hurriedly react. Immediately, everyone present was greatly shocked. They hurriedly scattered in all directions. However, only a couple of people withdrew. Even Xiao Yan could only rely on the 3,000 lightning movement in order to bitterly dodge the 2 light beams. Soon after, Xiao Yan had just relaxed when his spiritual strength suddenly sensed that a person had appeared behind him at an unknown time. The person waved his large hand and a ruthless paw mercilessly smashed toward Xiao Yan's back. At this moment, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the latter was undoubtedly a 3-star Do Di. With such a close distance and adding his current condition, Xiao Yan did not hesitate in his heart. The footsteps of his feet changed and the sky extinction step was used as a conditioned reflex. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's body once again dodged when the palm of the person behind him landed. Even though this was the case, that palm still shattered the clothes on Xiao Yan's back. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's body had just stabilized when his heart immediately reacted. His gaze abruptly looked over. Indeed, those people in the sky, who had already recovered, were all staring at him, including Sun Shuo. This is the sky extinction step. Sun Shuo softly muttered in his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a scarlet color swiftly surged into both of his eyes. You are Xiao Yan. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile reading website. Chapter 680. In the sky, Xiao Yan slowly turned around. His eyes swept around the place and finally met Sun Shuo's eyes from a distance. His eyebrows were tightly knitted under the black robe. He understood in his heart that this time around, there was likely going to be trouble. When the many elite Do Di present heard the words that came out of Sun Shuo's mouth, everyone involuntarily threw surprised gazes at Xiao Yan. They did not expect that this black-robed person, who had relied on his own strength to destroy a stone block with a punch, would actually be the Xiao Yan that the 4 large sects had racked their brains to eliminate. Xiao Yan. So he is actually that Xiao Yan. It is said that not long ago, he had caused havoc in Coldstream City. I did not expect that he would actually come to the desolate ancient remains this time around. There is going to be a good show to watch now. Earlier, I heard that Sun Hanshi had died in Xiao Yan's hands, but I did not believe it. Now, it seems that Xiao Yan will definitely not return this time around. As numerous gazes that were filled with surprise were gradually withdrawn, cold laughter that was filled with mockery was emitted from the crowd. At the same time, Sun Shuo's face had become as dark as water. The killing intent deep within his eyes was about to spew out. Puff! Suddenly, Sun Shuo's body shook. With a puffed sound, the powerful Do Qi in his body crazily surged out of his body. Following which, Sun Shuo suddenly clenched his fist and a large blade immediately appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, Bai Ying, who was in the distant sky, could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. His gaze first glanced over before quickly looking at Zhuolin's location. He believed that given Zhuo Bentang's character, he would definitely not take the initiative to attack Xiao Yan unless he was instructed by Zhuolin. Sure enough, after noticing Bai Ying's gaze, Zhuolin also looked over. Immediately, the corners of Zhuolin's mouth lifted into an arc as he laughed coldly. Seeing this, Bai Ying's heart immediately stilled. He could not help but feel shocked by Zhuolin's frightening judgment. Ever since Xiao Yan had entered the remains, he had not revealed any flaws in his vision. Even so, Zhuolin was still able to recognize him. It must be said that Zhuolin was really a frightening person. This fellow is actually Xiao Yan. On the other side of the empty space, Huaba's face was filled with disbelief as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was the focus of everyone's attention. This mysterious person, whom he had hoped to befriend earlier, had unexpectedly become Xiao Yan, whom the four large sects wanted to capture in the blink of an eye. This kind of contrast caused Huaba's heart to feel as though it had been struck by lightning. "You're the one who killed my son, Han Shi." Sun Shuo's voice was cold and hoarse. His face had become unusually distorted at this moment. The large blade in his hand was lifted forward and the tip of the blade, which reflected a dense, cold glint, was pointed at Xiao Yan. The veins on his hand, which was holding the hilt of the blade, bulged. Due to the great force, it caused his entire hand to tremble slightly. When he heard this, Xiao Yan noncommittally shrugged his shoulders. He softly smiled and asked, "If I said no, would you believe me?" The muscles on the corner of Sun Shuo's eyes immediately trembled intensely when Xiao Yan's words were uttered. Soon after, he waved the large blade in his hand and consecutively hacked 3 times in front of him. Immediately, 3 frightening blade glows with shocking auras tore through the empty space and ruthlessly charged toward Xiao Yan. 3-blade tribulation. Sun Shuo's body suddenly shook after his cry sounded. His feet quickly and violently stepped on empty air. His strong body shot explosively toward Xiao Yan like a cannonball that had been shot out of its barrel. The large blade in Sun Shuo's hand danced and forcefully tore the empty space in front of him into pieces. His body that was charging forward also became even more swift and violent. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes swiftly became ice-cold when he saw the 3-blade auras and Sun Shuo shooting toward him. The dou qi in his body surged wildly and the large hand under his sleeves was violently waved. The dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. Since his identity had already been recognized, there was naturally no need for him to continue hiding. A thought passed through his mind and the black robe that covered his head slowly scattered. At the same time, he twisted his wrist and the dark black heavy ruler carried a heavy pressure as it fell from the empty space beside him. The heavy ruler fell and emitted a soft sound of breaking air. Soon after, Xiao Yan's arm shook slightly. One could hear a puffed sound and a brilliant, heavenly flame immediately covered the entire huge ruler. Flaming swallowing tsunami. In the next instant, the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was violently swung forward. The heavenly flame flew and formed a brilliant rainbow that violently cut through the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, it violently collided with the 3-blade auras that were heading toward him. Bang! The explosion shook the world. Soon after, a powerful energy storm swiftly swept out in all directions with the point of collision as the epicenter. Everyone in the battleground swiftly withdrew when they saw this scene. At the same time, the people from the other 3 clans quietly turned their gazes toward the dou qi inheritance. Taking advantage of the time when everyone was distracted, this was the best time to fight for the dou qi inheritance. Hence, the 3 large clans led by Zhuolin had also begun their own fight while the battle on this side had just begun. Haha, young Master Zhua is really extremely scheming. It is unexpected that you are actually able to guess that the black-robed person is Xiao Yan. I really admire you. Bai Ying, Huaba, and Zhuolin's clans each occupied one side in the sky. They formed a triangle that surrounded the dou qi inheritance in the middle. Haha, I was merely guessing. It is just that I did not expect that the one who would appear would actually be Xiao Yan. Don't you agree, clan leader Bai? Zhuolin's gaze stared at Bai Ying, who was currently laughing loudly at him. His eyes slowly narrowed as he spoke with a deeper meaning. Ugh, Baiying could not help but be slightly startled when Zhuolin's words were spoken. A cold glint involuntarily surged deep within his sharp eyes. On the other side, Huoba was listening to the somewhat strange conversation between the two parties in front of him. His eyes rotated and he looked at Zhuolin. He smiled and said, "Haha, young Master Zhuo, from your words, I'm afraid that there is some other meaning." Huoba turned to look at Baiying after he spoke. His gaze seemed to be waiting for the latter's reply. Humph, Baiying let out a faint cold snort. However, he did not say anything. Zhuolin also smiled in a noncommittal manner and did not continue speaking. Despite this, his heart was almost certain that the strength of the Bai clans by Zhan was definitely not much weaker than his. Zhuolin's heart involuntarily felt a solemnness when he thought of this. If this was really the case, this Bai clan had really hidden it very deeply. Swoosh! In the next moment, Huoba suddenly turned his body and took the lead to charge toward the Douqi inheritance. Since the two of you are so modest, I shall accept it on your behalf. Soon after, the Bai and Zhuo clans swiftly recovered. Both parties let out a cold snort at the same time. Their bodies moved and they also charged forward without any hesitation. At the same time, on the square, the energy storm that had swept out because of the explosion had yet to scatter. However, one after another, intense collision sounds continued to be emitted from within it, causing the expressions of everyone around to change. Bang! Suddenly, another intense metallic collision sound appeared. Two human figures suddenly flew out from within the energy storm that had yet to scatter. They both withdrew by 1,000 feet and glared at each other with furious eyes. Everyone looked over and saw that the bodies of these two people were actually injured. From the looks of it, after the intense collision earlier, these two people each had their own strengths and none of them could do anything to the other. My son's life will be repaid with your blood. Sun Shuo's mouth panted intensely for a moment. Soon after, he suddenly raised his head. Killing intent surged within his eyes. His wrist swiftly rotated and the large blade in his hand rotated once in his palm before being violently thrown out. The blade was pointed forward and ruthlessly pierced toward Xiao Yan. A sharp piercing sound of air being split was immediately emitted wherever the large blade passed. Even the empty space was forcefully torn apart, forming numerous clear crack lines. Ha! After which, Sun Shuo's mouth suddenly emitted a stern cry that shook the sky. At the same time, his strong tiger body shook violently. His body once again flashed and actually appeared in front of Xiao Yan. His large hand was tightly clenched into a fist. Yellow Douqi crazily surged out and wrapped around his entire fist. Soon after, he furiously smashed it toward Xiao Yan's head. From the looks of it, he clearly intended to take Xiao Yan's life with a single blow. Xiao Yan did not show any signs of weakness in the face of this. A thought passed through his mind and the heavenly flame within his body churned. The heavy huge ruler in his hand danced up and down, carrying an extremely frightening strength as it violently chopped toward the incoming fist. Bang! A muffled banged sound appeared. Xiao Yan's body could not help but fly back. Sun Shuo could be said to have paid quite a great price in this collision. Of course, the result was that he had defeated Xiao Yan with a single blow. But soon after, Sun Shuo's body once again flashed. At the same time, the instant the latter's body disappeared, only then did Xiao Yan see that the large blade was also rushing toward him. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan did not even need to think in his heart. He violently waved the huge ruler in his hand in front of him and easily blocked the large blade that was coming toward him. However, before Xiao Yan could catch his breath, Sun Shuo's body suddenly appeared behind him in the next moment. A fist heavily landed on Xiao Yan's head. Die! It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan completely regained his senses. The previous attack was only a feint. Even this blade was only used to divert his attention. At this moment, Sun Shuo, who had suddenly appeared behind him, was the real killing blow. His heart slightly tightened. He did not expect Sun Shuo to actually have such a plan. However, Xiao Yan immediately released a cold snort from his nose. His body moved and dodged to the side without any hesitation. Even though he knew that he could not dodge, Xiao Yan's heart did not have the slightest bit of panic. Immediately, in the next moment, just as Sun Shuo's fist was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, a strange black light suddenly burst out from under Xiao Yan's sleeves and forcibly blocked Sun Shuo's fist. Bang! As the blow landed, Xiao Yan's body successfully dodged. Even though he seemed to be in a sorry state, fortunately, he did not suffer any injuries. Looking over in the blink of an eye, Sun Shuo's body and mind could not help but hurriedly take 100 steps back. Only then did his body shake and forcefully stabilize himself in the empty space. When he raised his eyes and looked over, he saw a small snake that was only half the length of an adult's arm. Its body was curled as it stood in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. A pair of gem-like scarlet eyes were currently staring at Sun Shuo with killing intent. This was the narwhal snake. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 681. So it's you, you bastard. Sun Shuo let out a furious rebuke, filled with killing intent. Roar! The narwhal snake released a roar when it heard Sun Shuo's words. At the same time, its petite body suddenly twisted and returned to its original size in the blink of an eye. Humph, so what if you've returned to your original form? You're just a one-star Dodi. In front of true strength, your body is just like an ant. The expression in Sun Shuo's eyes involuntarily changed when he saw that the narwhal snake had returned to its original form. Soon after, disdain surged onto his face. He was right. In the Yuanwu continent, everything was based on one's strength. In this place, one would not be afraid of others because of their size. Instead, one would only be afraid of one's strength. The strong preyed on the weak. Do Qi and Genesis Qi were the true rules of this world. Oh. Is that so? Since it's not your match, what if I join in? Xiao Yan smiled coldly. Sun Shuo's words were indeed undeniable. However, one should not forget that the narwhal snake was not the only one on Xiao Yan's side. Humph. Sun Shuo snorted coldly and did not give an accurate answer. Instead, he waved his large hand and the large blade in his hand immediately emitted a sharp sound of rushing wind. Seeing this, Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake exchanged a look. Immediately, they nodded in tacit understanding. In the next moment, they moved together and charged towards Sun Shuo. Humph. Die. Sun Shuo let out a disdainful snort when he saw this. His body moved and the large blade in his hand danced as he charged towards Xiao Yan. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, as the situation gradually developed, the remaining dozens of Do Di also joined in and fought over the Do Qi inheritance. The battles in the two places slowly became increasingly intense with the flow of time. In the end, the Do Qi inheritance was like a volleyball that was repeatedly being passed around above the heads of the elite Do Di. Each time an elite Do Di obtained it, more elite Do Di from the divine prefecture would join hands and attack him. This resulted in the current situation. As for Xiao Yan's side, although the combined might of Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake was not bad, Sun Shuo was indeed a 3-star Do Di. With his own powerful strength, he was able to suppress Xiao Yan and Sun Shuo for a short period of time. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel heavy. At the same time, King Jiangbei once again took action. As expected, with the help of the Northern King, Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake joined hands. Additionally, there was the Northern King who had an undying body. No matter how Sun Shuo attacked, he would be blocked by Wang Qiangxing. Although the price he had to pay was quite heavy, it was fortunate that he had the frightening recovery ability of the Dark Black Thunderbolt. The injuries that the Northern King suffered would swiftly recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. This scene caused Sun Shuo's expression to turn green. How could he have expected that this puppet with frightening strength in front of him would not only be unable to die, it actually possessed such a frightening recovery ability? How could he continue fighting such a monstrous opponent? He thought about Xiao Yan again. Could it be that this puppet and its master were made from the same mold? Each was more frightening than the other. However, even so, Xiao Yan had killed his son. No matter what, he would make Xiao Yan pay for this debt today. Of course, in the end, this was merely Sun Shuo's willful thinking. With the narwhal snake and the Northern King protecting him, in addition to Xiao Yan's strength that far exceeded his own level, it was impossible for Sun Shuo to defeat the three of them by himself. Bang! After a loud sound was emitted, the purple-gold body of the Northern King flew back uncontrollably. From the looks of it, it had clearly received another attack from Sun Shuo. However, Xiao Yan and the Northern King appeared to have become accustomed to this. The expression on their faces did not change even a little. Instead, the attacks from their hands became even sharper. Even Sun Shuo had no choice but to withdraw when he saw such an attack. TSK, Xiao Yan, this puppet of yours is really frightening. This kind of strange recovery ability. If there were a few more of you, I'm afraid that you would not even need to do anything. You would be able to exhaust this fellow to death. The narwhal snake could not help but smack its lips and laugh when it saw the dent on the surface of the Northern King's body that was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, it swung its tail heavily and forced Sun Shuo's body back. After which, it looked at Xiao Yan. Hearing this, Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head. He laughed bitterly and said, "How could there be such a thing in this world? How can there be such a good thing in this world? You have underestimated this puppet. An ordinary puppet's strength can at the very most reach the Dozun class. The reason why the Northern King was able to advance to the Do D class is not only because of the uniqueness of its body, but also because some inexplicable changes had occurred within its body. It is also because of these changes that its recovery speed far exceeds that of an ordinary puppet." Hearing these words, the narwhal snake appeared to have understood as it nodded its large head. Soon after, it turned its gaze and once again looked at Sun Shuo. At this moment, Sun Shuo had also widened his eyes. He stared at Xiao Yan and the narwhal snake opposite him. These two fellows in front of him had not only used a puppet to suppress his strength, but they were also chatting in front of him. It was as though they did not place him in their eyes at all. Damn it! Do you really think that I am unable to finish you off? Feeling furious in his heart, Sun Shuo immediately roared at the sky. After a long roar, the Do Qi within his body was like a yellow river that had burst a dam as it wildly surged out of his body. Even his aura, which had gradually become sluggish, swiftly recovered to its peak within a short moment. In the end, the aura of Sun Shuo's body was even stronger than when he was at his peak. At this moment, Sun Shuo's strength had already reached the advanced 3-star Do D class. He was only a short distance away from becoming a 4-star Do D. Secret technique. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he saw this scene. However, just as this thought had surfaced in Xiao Yan's heart, soon after, Sun Shuo's body moved. He left behind an afterimage on the spot as his body disappeared. An instant later, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly changed. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand was violently hacked forward without any hesitation. In the next instant, one could hear the clear sound of metal colliding. Sparks shot out and a sharp blade suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xiao Yan. Soon after, Sun Shuo's body also slowly appeared. You are the first person in so many years to be able to force me to use the blood transformation skill. Sun Shuo's eyes were scarlet as he let out a ferocious cry. His body suddenly shook and a frightening Do Chi suddenly poured down from the large blade in front of Xiao Yan's rapidly changing expression. With just one attack, it sent Xiao Yan's body flying. Grug, little Yan's face suddenly turned red. Soon after, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Only then did she raise her head. She saw that the narwhal snake had been violently stepped on by Sun Shuo. When the strength of a 3-star Dodi was completely unleashed, it was not something that a 1-star Dodi could match. At that moment, the North King, who had fully recovered from his injuries, appeared in front of Sun Shuo like a cannonball. He swung his huge fist and smashed it down heavily on Sun Shuo's head. Get lost. After the word "get lost" sounded, Sun Shuo was no longer dispirited this time around. Instead, he regained his domineering aura. His scarlet eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. After sending the Northern King flying with a single blade, Sun Shuo's Do Chi wildly surged and his evil aura soared. Sun Shuo's gaze turned and landed on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, hand over your life. Suddenly, a loud roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Sun Shuo's feet stomped on the narwhal snake's body fiercely. A huge force poured out and his body shot forward. The narwhal snake under his feet let out a mournful hiss in pain. Sun Shuo's figure was like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he streaked across the empty space and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, the Northern King, who had been sent flying, and the narwhal snake, once again charged forward with all their might in an attempt to forcefully block Sun Shuo's figure. However, the man and the snake were once again sent flying by Sun Shuo. This time around, the Northern King had temporarily lost his ability to fight. Only the narwhal snake was left. It still tried its best to charge forward and block Sun Shuo for Xiao Yan. Bang! 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 The single-horned whale snake was violently sent flying again and again without any mercy. The chi on its body had become weak from its training. At this moment, Xiao Yan was also using all his strength to maneuver the Do Chi within his body and pour it into the heavy Xian ruler in his hand. With the pouring of Do Chi, the brilliant heavenly flame on the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler suddenly flourished. A terrifying aura with a powerful aura was gradually emitted from it. Seeing that the chi on the heavy Xian ruler in his hand was gradually becoming thicker, at this moment, Sun Shuo's body had arrived in front of Xiao Yan a step earlier. At the same time, behind him, a golden light shot forward once again. This time around, Sun Shuo did not even turn his head. With a flip of his hand, he sent the ball of golden light flying backward. Behind it, the narwhal snake charged forward once again. Faced with this sudden ball of golden light, the narwhal snake was just about to let out a hiss when the ball of light suddenly entered its body. At this moment, other than Sun Shuo, who did not care about the outside world, everyone present was staring at the narwhal snake in shock. Even the faces of the people from the 3 great clans were filled with shock. Chapter 682. Killing intent spread over the enormous open ground. A vast and mighty Do Chi pressure descended from the sky. Dozens of elite Dodis fought and collided intensely in the empty space. The atmosphere in the arena had also become increasingly solemn until a certain moment. The instant the narwhal snake swallowed the golden light cluster that was heading toward it, everyone's bodies appeared to have instantly turned into statues. The atmosphere in the arena also suddenly became still. This extremely sudden scene in the arena caused everyone to be instantly stunned. The expressions of those elite Dodi, who were still fighting for the Do Chi inheritance a moment ago, suddenly changed drastically in the next moment. All of their faces involuntarily revealed a stunned expression. They did not expect that this Do Chi inheritance would actually end up in the mouth of this beast. This fellow, actually swallowed the Do Chi inheritance. Seeing this dramatic scene in the arena, the muscles on the corner of the mouth of the elite Dodi involuntarily twitched intensely. Their group had been fighting with each other for a while. There were even some who had paid quite a hefty price because of this. Wasn't it just this Dochi inheritance? Now, it was actually given away by Sun Shuo with a backhand slap. At this moment, the people present even had the intention to kill. Sun Shuo, who was currently in the empty space, was completely unaware of all of this. He, who was facing Xiao Yan, was currently imagining the tragic manner of Xiao Yan dying under his blade in his heart. You dare to kill my son. This D will definitely tear you into 10,000 pieces. Sun Shuo's body suddenly moved at the same time the roar sounded from his mouth. He raised the blade in his hand and slashed it down with all his might at Xiao Yan's head. The empty space was completely shattered wherever the blade passed. Before the blade landed, a frightening wind had already violently landed on Xiao Yan's head. It was just like an invisible sharp blade that randomly blew apart the hair on Xiao Yan's head. The powerful aura caused Xiao Yan to feel an intense piercing pain on his scalp. Chi! With a twist of his wrist, the enormous ruler was also lifted at this moment. It violently met the large blade that was descending from the sky above. Xiao Yan was not a person who was afraid of death. Even though Sun Shuo's strength was frightening, this was not a reason for him to be afraid and withdraw. Moreover, Xiao Yan clearly understood in his heart that he did not have the slightest path of retreat when faced with an opponent of this level. Instead of giving up so easily, it was better to go all out. At times, it was not impossible to fight for a chance of survival. However, just as the heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's head violently collided with the large blade that was descending from above, a frightening energy storm suddenly attacked the two people from behind them. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of them. The frightening energy storm did not give the two of them any chance to react. Just as the weapons in their hands were about to collide, it had already arrived in front of them. It was like a frightening wave that instantly sent the two of them flying. They drifted with the wave until they were 1,000 feet away. Only then did the two of them recover in a solemn manner. However, when the two of them raised their eyes and looked over, they were shocked to discover that the source of this energy storm was actually the narwhal snake that was currently the focus of everyone's attention. This fellow, what did it do? Why is its aura? Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at the narwhal snake in the battleground. He involuntarily knit his brows. However, when he discovered that the aura within the latter's body had suddenly become extremely powerful, the expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly changed. Through the probing of his spiritual strength, the strength of the narwhal snake had actually been forcefully raised from its original 1-star Do D to an initial 3-star Do D for some unknown reason. Moreover, from the looks of this momentum, it seemed that it would continue to rise. This fellow, what exactly did it do? This change in merely a short moment caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel extremely shocked. Even if this was because it had swallowed the monster core of the snake-type magical beast, it was impossible for its strength to rise by so much. After all, even the strength of that snake was merely a 2-star Do D. However, the strength of the narwhal snake had been forcefully raised to the level of a 3-star Do D. This caused Xiao Yan to feel extremely uncertain in his heart. Of course, other than Xiao Yan, there was also Sun Shuo who was similarly shocked in his heart at this moment. Although all of this was caused by him, he was completely unaware of it. Hence, he did not have the slightest clue in his heart when he saw the strength of the narwhal snake becoming increasingly powerful. Damn it, why did the strength of this beast suddenly rise by so much? Sun Shuo frowned tightly. His face was filled with a deep solemnness as he involuntarily cursed. Sun Shuo, I'm afraid that I will have to ask you about this. Just as Sun Shuo spat out these words from his mouth, Bai Ying, who was in the crowd, suddenly laughed coldly and said. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding elite Do Di immediately threw numerous dense gazes at Sun Shuo. This caused the latter to involuntarily reveal a doubtful expression. What did this matter have to do with him? Humph humph, looks like clan leader's son is still unaware of the good deed that he has done. In that case, allow me to explain it to you. Soon after, Huoba, who was in another part of the crowd, also laughed coldly at this moment. An icy cold smile was also revealed on his face. From that smile, it was not difficult to see that Huoba was suppressing a fury in his heart at this moment. What exactly do all of you mean by these words? Sun Shuo's brows were tightly knit together. Soon after, Huoba opened his mouth and described everything that had happened earlier. After hearing Huoba's description, the expressions on Sun Shuo's and Xiao Yan's faces were greatly different. There was naturally no need to say anything more about Xiao Yan. When he heard that the Do Qi inheritance had actually landed in the mouth of the narwhal snake, he naturally felt surprised for the latter in his heart. At the same time, he also rejoiced for himself. A 3-star Do Di who could contend against the 4 great clans had finally appeared by his side. In this way, Xiao Yan did not need to be too worried during this trip to the remains. A 3-star Do Di was sufficient to cause this group of people in front of them to be afraid. As long as the narwhal snake was present, even these 4 people in front of them would not dare to easily attack. As 3-star Do Di, they knew how difficult it was to deal with a strong person of the same class. Moreover, the narwhal snake was an ancient unique species. Its strength far surpassed an ordinary magical beast. If they were of the same class, even they might not be a match for it. At this moment, the expression on Sun Shuo's face had turned green after hearing Huoba's words. He did not expect that his unintentional attack would actually cause such a situation. A 3-star Do Di class narwhal snake was something that Sun Shuo naturally knew how troublesome it was. Immediately, the solemn expression on his face became even denser. On the other side of the crowd, the other 3 clans were also looking at Sun Shuo with cold and indifferent expressions. If it were not for this fellow, the Do Qi inheritance would definitely land in their hands. This was especially the case for Zhuolin. His strength had reached that of a 2-star Do Di and he was determined to obtain the Do Qi inheritance. Once he obtained it, his position within the sect in the future would be unshakable. However, all of this had been completely destroyed because of Sun Shuo. How could this not cause him to feel furious in his heart? However, he also knew that from the looks of the current situation, it was clearly impossible to deal with Sun Shuo here. Forget about the other 2 clans beside him, just Xiao Yan's clan alone was enough to cause him trouble. In order to consider the overall situation, he could only forcefully suppress the resentment in his heart. Xiao Yan, looking at Xiao Yan, who was currently standing together with the narwhal snake, Sun Shuo's heart was filled with murderous intent that could not be removed. His heart wished that he could tear Xiao Yan into pieces and swallow him. However, he also knew that with the narwhal snake beside him, it was impossible to touch Xiao Yan. Humph. Xiao Yan, don't tell me that you only know how to hide behind other people. First, it was the puppet. Now, you even need to rely on this beast. Don't tell me that you only have this little trick up your sleeve. Sun Shuo, whose heart was filled with fury, clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. The murderous intent in his eyes was about to overflow. It was a long while later before he finally spoke in a disdainful tone. Ha! Hearing this, Xiao Yan coldly smiled. His eyes revealed ridicule as he looked at the other party. He gently shook his head and immediately laughed coldly. Don't tell me that everyone from the Sun clan is like this. With the strength of a Do Di, you actually have to say such words time and time again when facing a half Di. Ha! I'm afraid that your strength as a Do Di has really been cultivated to a dog's body. Xiao Yan. Just as Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Sun Shuo's originally gloomy face instantly turned red. At the same time that an angry cry was emitted from his mouth, his body suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He waved the large blade in his hand and viciously chopped down on Xiao Yan's head. Roar. However, immediately after, in the empty space beside Xiao Yan, the huge narwhal snake suddenly twisted its body. Its huge snake tail viciously swung, and immediately after, a heavy blow instantly landed on Sun Shuo's chest. Bang! Following a muffled thump, Sun Shuo's body flew back uncontrollably. A large mouthful of fresh bright red blood was spat out. Only then did Sun Shuo stagger back 100 steps in the empty space before coming to a stop with great difficulty. The moment he raised his head, Sun Shuo immediately saw the huge body of the narwhal snake. At this moment, the latter's body was curled up as it protected Xiao Yan within it. From the looks of the aura and pressure that continued to spread from its body, the strength of the narwhal snake was actually still swiftly rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the strength of the latter had actually reached the middle level of a 3-star Dodi. It was not inferior to the people from the 4 great clans present. It was likely that if it was allowed to continue like this, its strength would have an extremely high possibility of breaking through to the 4-star Dodi class. Thinking of this, the people from the other 3 great clans present involuntarily knit their brows. This was especially the case for Zhuolin. After sensing the change in the aura on the narwhal snake's body, his heart became extremely depressed. If nothing unexpected happened, the Doqi inheritance should have belonged to him. However, in the end, it was actually swallowed into the mouth of the narwhal snake in front of him. This was really something that he had difficulty accepting. Sun Shuo, at the end of the day, the accident this time around is all because of you. Once we return, the 3 of us will join forces to report this matter to the sect. I wonder just what kind of situation your Sun clan will face at that time. At this moment, Huoba narrowed his eyes. His gaze stared at Sun Shuo as he spoke with an unknown meaning. The expression on Sun Shuo's face suddenly sunk when these words were uttered. Being one of the 4 great clans, he naturally understood the methods of the Sky Sword sect. Once the 3 clans in front of him really joined forces to report this matter, it was likely that his Sun clan would not have an easy time in the future, much less suppress the other 3 clans under their feet. What are you planning to do? It was a long while later before Sun Shuo finally spoke in a low and deep voice. It was likely that no one present would believe that Huoba was still able to say such words at such a time. If one were to say that he had no motive, it was likely that no one present would believe it. Haha, Huoba smiled faintly. His body moved and he brought Huitiani behind him to an empty space not far away from Sun Shuo. Following Huoba's action, Bai Ying and the 2 people from the Zhuo clan also moved at this moment from the other 2 directions. They charged out of the crowd and took up a position in the north, south, east and west. The current Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. He glanced at the 4 factions in front of him and a bad premonition involuntarily rose in his heart. Xiao Yan was naturally not afraid of Sun Shuo's clan alone. However, if the 4 great clans were to join forces, even Xiao Yan would have difficulty dealing with them. Sure enough, at the same time this thought rose in Xiao Yan's heart, Huoba on the opposite side looked at Sun Shuo with a cold smile. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. He snorted and said, "We can suppress this matter and act as though nothing has happened. However, since we have come, our 4 great clans will naturally not return empty-handed. Even if we are unable to obtain the Doqi inheritance, if we are able to bring Xiao Yan back, it can be said that we have made up for our mistakes with merit." Huoba laughed coldly. At the same time, the other 3 clans also immediately understood the meaning of his words. Without the Doqi inheritance, Huoba had now placed his target on Xiao Yan. "You want me to join forces with you?" Sun Shuo sighed in relief in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless and could only carefully ask. At the same time, the Bai Ying and Zhuolin clans also frowned as they looked at Huoba. The latter laughed mockingly and coldly said, "Join forces. Cuckoo, you can consider it as joining forces. However, your target is the narwhal snake. As for me, or should I say, we will capture Xiao Yan. Huoba glanced at Bai Ying and Zhuolin beside him as his words sounded. If he were to attack, these two clans would definitely not be at peace. Hence, he could only say this. Why should we? You. Haha, Sun Shuo, don't forget your current situation. You do not have the qualification to quibble with us. Otherwise, if our 3 clans join forces, your Sun clan will be removed from our 4 great clans in the future. You dare. What do you think? The two of them spoke one after another. In the end, the Hua, Zhua, and Bai clans all looked at Sun Shuo. This caused the latter's anger to rise, but at the same time, a sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Although Huoba's words could not be completely believed, they could not be believed. His Sun clan might be one of the 4 large clans, but it was merely at the bottom. Even though this was the case, there were countless number of clans who coveted his Sun clan's position within the western region. Many factions were hoping that his Sun clan would fall. It was just that they did not have the opportunity to do so. Now, however, Sun Shuo's mistake had caused Xiao Yan's side to actually increase greatly. This was coincidentally a perfect excuse, an excuse that could push the Sun clan out of the 4 large clans. Sun Shuo helplessly thought in this manner in his heart. His body stood blankly in the same spot for a long time. The moment he thought of his son's death, the fury in his heart could not be suppressed. However, at the same time, he also knew that with his current strength, it was impossible for him to kill Xiao Yan. In front of him, these 3 clans had acted with their own motives. However, this could also be considered to have used another method to take revenge for Sun Hanshi. Helplessly sighing, Sun Shuo slowly raised his head after a long time. He looked at the people from the other 3 clans in front of him and said in a deep voice, "All right, I will stop the narwhal snake, Xiao Yan, don't worry, as long as you can stop the narwhal snake, with our strength, we can naturally take down Xiao Yan." Huoba grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. The disdain in his words was self-evident. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 683. On the large square, there were many strong people standing. Numerous gazes of various colors were looking at the 7 figures in the square and the huge snake. These 7 people were buying from the Bai clan, Sun Shuo from the Sun clan, Huoba and Huotianyi from the Huo clan, as well as Zhuo Bentang and Zhuolin from the Zhuo clan. As for the huge snake, needless to say, it was naturally the narwhal snake. Xiao Yan's figure stood tall and straight at a certain spot in the square. Beside him, the narwhal snake, whose aura had become increasingly dense, was curled up. Its scarlet tongue was occasionally extended into the air. Gradually, a powerful aura spread from the narwhal snake's body. It was like an invisible storm that swiftly swept across the square, causing the faces of most of the people present to become extremely ugly. Even the people from the 4 great clans, who were currently surrounding Xiao Yan, had an unusually solemn expression on their faces. In just a short period of time, the strength of the narwhal snake was already close to that of an advanced 3-star Dodi. This kind of growth speed might be laughed at in the eyes of an ordinary person. However, one should not forget that the current narwhal snake was a Dodi. If it were to follow the most common training method, it would take an unknown number of years to break through from a 1-star Dodi to a 3-star Dodi. However, in just a short period of time, its strength had already risen to such a terrifying level. This was really unbelievable. In the square, Zhuolin's eyes narrowed as he stared at the narwhal snake. Every time he felt the aura within the latter's body becoming increasingly powerful, Zhuolin's heart could not help but tremble. His heart hated Sun Shuo to the bone. If it was not for him, the biggest winner in this trip would have been his Zhuo clan. However, now, there was no point in thinking too much. Shuolin could only withdraw his gaze bitterly and landed on Xiao Yan's body. Shuolin's eyes regained their sharpness. A thought passed through his mind and the dou qi in his body swiftly flowed through the various qi paths in his body. As long as he willed it, the powerful dou qi would immediately surge out like a tidal wave. Even if he could not obtain the dou qi inheritance, he must bring Xiao Yan back. No matter what, he could not return empty-handed from this trip to the remains. Of course, Shuolin's family was not the only one with such thoughts in the square. The hearts of the members of the Huo clan were naturally filled with such thoughts. Only Buying from the Bai clan had a similarly cold expression when he looked at Xiao Yan. However, deep within his eyes, there was a different expression. Haha, son Shuo, I'll leave that beast to you. Suddenly, Huo Bai looked at Sun Shuo with a stern smile and said. Humph, I know it. Hearing the latter's words, Sun Shuo's heart was filled with anger. He could only reply coldly and turn his gaze back to the narwhal snake's body. Dou beast! Do you dare to fight with me? Sun Shuo's expression was dense as he stared at the narwhal snake. After enduring the increasingly powerful aura within the latter's body, even with Sun Shuo's character, the muscles on his face involuntarily twitched. Despite this, Sun Shuo could only brace himself and face it. Sun Shuo's body moved as the words left his mouth. His feet stomped violently on the empty space. His body immediately shot up into the sky and looked down at the narwhal snake below him. Roar! With a low roar, the narwhal snake's body suddenly twisted. Soon after, it rose into the empty space and stood opposite Sun Shuo. A low roar was once again emitted from its mouth. At the same time, a majestic aura swept out from the narwhal snake's body. The expression on Sun Shuo's face involuntarily changed when he sensed the pressure of this aura. Within this short period of time, the strength of the narwhal whale snake had actually been raised to that of an advanced 3-star Dou Di. Even when compared to Sun Shuo, who had already unleashed his secret technique, it would only be stronger. Damn it! This damned beast! Sun Shuo cursed furiously in his heart. However, before Sun Shuo could do anything, the narwhal snake on the opposite side had already twisted its enormous body and charged towards Sun Shuo. At the same time, Shuolin and the others below once again moved closer to Xiao Yan. The 5 of them each took one side and formed a triangle shape, surrounding Xiao Yan in the middle. Humph, it is unexpected that you are Xiao Yan, whose name has shaken the western region. In the past, I have only heard that a young man like you actually possessed such great ability and caused the 4 large sects to have a headache. Now that I have met you, you are really even younger than the rumors. It is really true that there are many heroes among the younger generation. Only after personally sending Sun Shuo off did Huo Ba look at Xiao Yan with a smile that was not a smile. His tone also contained some surprise. Although he and the others had an enemy relationship with the black-robed young man in front of them, Huo Ba had no choice but to admit that the Xiao Yan in front of him was indeed an outstanding person of his generation. Being able to obtain such a battle result that shocked the entire western region at such a young age really left one speechless. Hearing this, Xiao Yan coldly glanced at the latter. His gaze swept over the people from the 3 clans in front of him one by one. Only then did he look at Huo Ba and coldly laughed. Elder Huo Ba really thinks highly of me. You actually need so many elite Dou Di to personally come to deal with a Ban Di. Not only are you bullying the weak, but you are also bullying the weak with numbers. I can be considered to have seen the way the 4 large clans do things. At the end of his words, Xiao Yan actually cupped his hands toward the few people in front of him. The corner of his mouth parted into a mocking smile. This also caused the surrounding elite Dou Di to begin to whisper. Hearing the whispers that were transmitted from the surrounding crowd, the expressions of the people from the 3 clans in front of him involuntarily sank. Huo Ba's expression was especially ugly. Soon after, Shuolin coldly laughed and took a step forward. He faced Xiao Yan and coldly said, "If we were facing an ordinary bandit, there would naturally be no need for us to make such a big fuss. However, since you are able to cause the 4 large sects to regard you so highly, our 4 large clans will naturally not underestimate you." Moreover, Mr. Xiao Yan had relied on his own strength to fight against hundreds of bandit experts in the battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. Even a 9-star bandit was unable to withstand the might of one punch from Mr. Xiao Yan. How would we dare to treat Mr. Xiao Yan as an ordinary bandit? The surrounding crowd immediately turned into an uproar after Zhuolin's words were uttered. Everyone clearly understood the big battle at Coldstream City a couple of months ago. However, Xiao Yan's expression swiftly became gloomy after hearing Zhuolin's words. "Zhuolin, I am very curious. Just how did you recognize me? You sent Zhuo Bentang to attack me at that time. It is likely that no one would believe that you were unprepared." Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy as he spoke in an extremely cold tone. If it was not for Zhuolin in front of him, it was likely that no one would recognize him even if the situation had developed to this point. "Cuckoo, it must be said that ever since Mr. Xiao Yan entered the remains, you have not revealed any flaws. Even when you met us, you were extremely careful. The strength that you have displayed also caused us to not dare to easily create any friction with you." Everyone nodded in affirmation after these words were uttered. Otherwise, it was likely that there would not be only one who recognized Xiao Yan's identity. Of course, Bai Ying was an exception. He had known about Xiao Yan's identity since the beginning. "However, I'm afraid that you have forgotten that you had clearly displayed an extremely great strength outside of the remains. However, after entering the remains, your strength is limited to that of an ordinary Do Di. This is the first flaw. As for the second point that caused me to be suspicious, it is Sun Hanqi's death. Am I right?" Zhuolin was just about to open his mouth when Xiao Yan spoke in a deep voice with a frown. This point was something that Xiao Yan had immediately thought of when he saw the smile on the corner of Zhuolin's mouth. Sun Hanqi's death allowed everyone to know that Xiao Yan was within the remains. Zhuolin, who had already suspected Xiao Yan, became even more suspicious of Xiao Yan after learning of this news. This was the real reason why Xiao Yan's identity had been exposed. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a fury rising in his heart when he thought of this. All of this was clearly being manipulated by someone else. The goal was to force Xiao Yan to show himself and attract attention, allowing him to achieve a deeper goal. Unfortunately, with the current Xiao Yan, it was still difficult for him to find the main culprit. At the very most, he could vaguely sense that this matter was inseparable from Bai Ying. Soon after, he helplessly dispelled this thought. Bai Ying had been traveling with his own clan members along the way. It was impossible for him to free himself to do anything else. As for the Huo clan, Xiao Yan had never met them. Moreover, they were the first to enter the remains. They did not even know that Xiao Yan had acted after that. It was even more impossible for them to frame him. Cuckoo, that's right. It is said that during the big battle in Coldstream City a few months ago, Xiao Yan ended up in the hands of the Bai clan. However, he managed to escape. According to the news that I obtained from the sect, it seems that someone robbed him along the way and saved him. Is this true? Suddenly, Zhuolin turned his gaze towards Bai Ying. His eyes stared at the latter as he spoke with a smile that was not a smile. "Young Master Zhuo, there is a hidden meaning in your words." "Why?" "After all this talk, it seems that this matter is related to the clan leader." Bai Ying's expression turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. Seeing this, Zhuo Bentang, who was behind Zhuolin, immediately took half a step forward and blocked half of Zhuolin's body behind him. His eyes revealed a cold glint as he stared at Bai Ying. "Cuckoo, why does clan leader Bai say this? I have only thought of it for a moment and casually mentioned it." Zhuolin gently placed his hand on Zhuo Bentang's shoulder in front of him, causing the latter to feel a little more at ease. At the same time, his mouth once again emitted a soft laugh. Humph. Bai Ying coldly snorted when he heard these words. He did not say anything else. His gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yan. On the other side, Hua Ba's eyes rotated back and forth. He watched the conversation between the two parties and a cold smile swiftly flashed across the corner of his mouth. Humph humph. Shuo Lin smiled faintly. His gaze immediately turned and looked at Xiao Yan. On the other side, Hua Ba did the same. The expression on Xiao Yan's face gradually became cold when he saw the three of them turn their gazes over. A thought passed through his heart and the Do Qi within the vortex within his body immediately followed his various Qi paths and swiftly circulated. He clenched his large hand and the dark black heavy Xian ruler immediately landed in it. After doing all this, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. Soon after, he flicked his finger and a black light flashed. The Northern King's body once again appeared beside Xiao Yan. The people from the three factions involuntarily frowned when the Northern King appeared. They had all witnessed the latter's strength. Even though they were 3-star Do Di, none of them dared to underestimate the Northern King. Cuckoo, I wonder which of our three factions will take the initiative to step forward and finish off this damn thing. Shuo Lin smiled faintly. His gaze swept back and forth between Hua Ba and Bai Ying. The two of them frowned slightly when they heard this. However, they exchanged glances with each other. None of them moved. A short moment later, Bai Ying finally stepped forward with a somewhat gloomy expression. His gaze viciously stared at the two factions in front of him. Only then did he look at the Northern King beside Xiao Yan. Leave this evil creature to me. As for Xiao Yan, it will be up to you all. Bai Ying's body suddenly moved after his words sounded. He swiftly rushed toward the Northern King. At the same time, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart and the Northern King by the side swiftly received the order. The purple-gold flowing light lingered over its body as it suddenly moved. Its feet heavily stomped on the ground. Immediately, the ground under the Northern King's feet cracked into numerous spiderweb-like cracks. At the same time, the Northern King's body shot forward like a cannonball. It swiftly charged toward Bai Ying, who was charging toward it. Bang! In the next instant, the two collided with a loud bang. As an explosion rang out, Bai Ying and the Northern King's bodies flew backwards. Soon after, they stood in the air. At a closer look, a clear palm print had appeared on the Northern King's chest. At this moment, strange pitch-black lightning continuously surged out of the Northern King's body. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the palm print on his chest rapidly healed. At the same time, Bai Ying's expression was rather ugly. Although he had the upper hand in the previous exchange, the Northern King's punch had caused the blood in his body to churn. When everyone focused their gazes, they could clearly see that a palm-sized hole had appeared on Bai Ying's robes. Even the skin below had turned scarlet red. Bai Ying tightly clenched his teeth. He could not help but emit a hissing sound. Soon after, his expression suddenly sank as he turned his head to look at the Zhua and Huo clans on both sides. Don't tell me that all of you are just going to sit here and watch. The members of the two clans were involuntarily startled when these words were uttered. They immediately exchanged glances with each other. Soon after, Hua Ba looked at Bai Ying. His eyes narrowed as he smiled and said, Clan leader Bai, you are at the very least a 3-star Do Di. Don't tell me that you cannot even finish off a puppet. Humph. If you can, why don't you come? Ugh, Bai Ying's eyes widened. His mouth immediately emitted a furious cry. Immediately, it caused the people in front of him to be speechless. They immediately became quiet. They were naturally happy to be able to send away the experts by Xiao Yan's side. How would they easily shoulder this rock? Zhuolin and Hua Ba felt helpless in their hearts after Bai Ying spoke. Their eyes exchanged glances for an instant. Only then did they look at Xiao Yan. Puff! Soon after, a puff sound appeared. A Dochi-like pillar that shot to the sky immediately rose from the bodies of the Zhua and Hu clans. 4 pairs of eyes looked at Xiao Yan at the same time. Xiao Yan, are you going to take the initiative to leave with us, or do you want us to personally attack and kill you here? Huo Bao's eyes emitted a dense Dochi glow. He looked down at Xiao Yan from above. The words that were emitted from his mouth were like a rumbling thunder that reverberated over the entire stadium. Cuckoo, I'm sorry. I will choose neither. Xiao Yan coldly laughed when he heard this. His body, which was covered by a black robe, shook slightly. Immediately, a brilliant flame swarmed out of his body and swiftly wrapped around Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan had transformed into a flaming person whose entire body was burning with a fierce heavenly flame. Stubborn fellow. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame us for being impolite. Huo Bao's body moved after his cry sounded. His body suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot explosively towards Xiao Yan. At the same time, Hua Tianyi, Zhuolin, and Zhuo Bentang also turned their bodies and surrounded Xiao Yan in a half-encirclement. Cuckoo, what a coincidence. I do not intend to be polite with all of you. A ridicule was involuntarily emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth when he saw the 4 people charging over explosively. The enormous ruler in his hand shook and a brilliant fire glow suddenly shot out from his eyes. Soon after, his body transformed into a fiery flowing light. It was like a falling star as it violently collided with the 4 human figures in the air without dodging or dodging. At this moment, the true battle had officially begun. Chapter 684. Xiao Yan, die. The expression on Huo Bao's face became increasingly cold as he watched Xiao Yan charge over without dodging. He waved his large hand and Dochi spluttered from his palm. Soon after, it agglomerated into a large sword. With a twist of his wrist, Dochi immediately agglomerated on the large sword. A bright glow was immediately emitted from it. The tip of the sword turned and violently pierced toward the incoming Xiao Yan. Before the tip of the sword arrived, an incomparably sharp sword aura had already swiftly descended above Xiao Yan's head. A powerful aura and pressure descended from above. It was as though Mount Tai was pressing down. Immediately, it caused Xiao Yan to have difficulty breathing. Even his forward charging speed was involuntarily affected. Die! Huo Bao's mouth immediately emitted a stern laugh when he saw this scene. The expression on his face became increasingly ferocious. At the same time, the hand that was holding the hilt of the large sword suddenly exerted a force. The turbulent Dochi within his body crazily surged out of his body and swiftly covered the large sword. The sword aura was strong, fierce, overbearing, but did not lose its sharpness. This sword was determined to take Xiao Yan's life. Behind him, Hua Tianyi, Zhuo Bentang, and Zhuolin also swiftly followed. All of them wildly surged out the Dochi within their bodies. The strength of an elite Do-Di was fully displayed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the distance between these 4 elite Do-Di and the current Xiao Yan swiftly closed. One could see that both parties would truly collide the next moment. At this moment, a vast and mighty spiritual strength suddenly swept out from between Xiao Yan's brows as he swiftly rushed forward. A brilliant, heavenly flame spluttered out from both of his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it swiftly agglomerated into a black-robed figure beside him. When the 4 people on the other side saw these 4 figures, the expressions on their faces involuntarily became sluggish. Even their bodies, which were flying forward, could not help but pause for an instant. The shock in their hearts was easy to imagine. This is Xiao Yan. Another Xiao Yan. How is this possible? This is definitely just an illusionary figure. At this moment, even with the mental fortitude of these 4 people, their hearts involuntarily felt a shock. Since the members of these 2 large clans were already in this manner, the hearts of the elite Do-Di outside of the battleground were naturally even more shocked. As elite Do-Di, they were naturally able to clearly sense that the second Xiao Yan that had suddenly appeared was emitting quite a strong aura and pressure. Although the strength of the pressure was merely that of a 5-star bandit, everyone present had some understanding of Xiao Yan. The strength of the latter's strength could not be determined by his cultivation level. It was just as Zhuolin had said. Xiao A. The moment the second Xiao Yan appeared, it took advantage of the absent-minded state of the 4 people in front of it to wave its large hand. A heavenly flame spluttered out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous fire ruler. Soon after, the enormous ruler was swung downwards. It leaped and charged explosively toward the 4 people in front of it. At the same time, Zhuolin and the other 3 swiftly recovered. They swiftly suppressed the shock in their hearts. Soon after, Do-Chi shot out and violently collided with the 2 Xiao Yan in front of them. Bang! The next moment, an earth-shaking explosion was emitted. The 4 human figures in the sky staggered a couple of steps back. Soon after, their bodies shook slightly and the enormous force on their bodies was removed. They lifted their eyes and looked at Xiao Yan in front of them in a dense manner. As for the incarnation, it emitted a bang and burst apart at the same time Xiao Yan flew backwards. It turned into nothingness and disappeared from the open ground. Xiao Yan's feet violently stepped on the empty space. Numerous dark black spatial crack lines spread out from under his feet. An enormous force poured down. Soon after, the empty space suddenly collapsed. Only then did Xiao Yan's body come to a stop with great difficulty. Xiao Yan's mouth continuously panted. He sensed a faint bloody sweetness that was transmitted from his throat. The muscles on his face involuntarily trembled slightly. Compared to these 4 people, Xiao Yan was in an incomparably miserable state. The combined forces of the 4 elite Do-Di actually did not give him the slightest chance to fight back. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan completely understand that the 4 great clans were after all under the same command. Even though they usually fought openly and covertly and did not look favorably on each other, they would still stand on the same front when it came to a critical moment. This was something that Xiao Yan had not expected. If the 4 great clans each had their own thoughts and did not cooperate with each other, Xiao Yan would have the opportunity to benefit from it. However, he was currently facing 4 elite Do-Di at the same time. The current Xiao Yan was far from being a match for them. In the empty space, Xiao Yan's eyebrows were tightly knit together. A thought passed through his mind and the Do-Chi in his body swiftly surged. Only then did he suppress the churning blood in his body. Xiao Yan had suffered greatly from the attack just now. Originally, he thought that by relying on the strength of his incarnation, he would still be able to clash with it. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan had underestimated the strength of a Do-Di. Moreover, he was facing 4 elite Do-Di. Haha, I thought that you had some tricks up your sleeves. Looks like you are only so. It seems that I have overestimated you. Xiao Yan, I'll give you a forward evaluation. Unable to withstand a single blow. At this moment, Hua Ba, who was in the empty space opposite him, opened his eyes wide and stared at Xiao Yan. The corner of his mouth parted into a cold sneer. He waved his large hand and the huge sword in his hand danced. Immediately, a couple of sword glows with frightening auras shot explosively toward Xiao Yan. The whistling sound of rushing air spread over the open ground. Xiao Yan's expression suddenly became solemn. The hand that was holding the huge ruler once again exerted strength, emitting waves of creaking sounds. Soon after, a ruthless expression surged onto Xiao Yan's face. The Do-Chi in his body swiftly flowed and the huge ruler in his hand was suddenly swung forward. Flaming swallowing tsunami. At the same time that he let out a stern cry in his heart, the huge heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand also continuously hacked out. In the blink of an eye, a couple of brilliant ruler glows also violently met the couple of sword glows. Bang bang bang. Successive explosions were emitted in midair. Following them, wave after wave of energy ripples swiftly swept over the open ground like a cluster of fog, causing the empty space between the two to fluctuate unceasingly. Just as the energy ripples scattered, Xiao Yan heard a chi sound. A strong figure suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him. At the same time, a huge sword that was half the size of Xiao Yan's body also fell towards Xiao Yan's head. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile reading website. Chapter 685. The sudden appearance of Huoba caused the expressions of all the elite dodis outside of the arena to instantly change. Such a ghost-like speed was something that even they had difficulty detecting, much less a mere bandi like Xiao Yan. What a frightening speed. This Xiao Yan is in trouble. At this moment, the only thought in everyone's hearts was that Xiao Yan would definitely die. At such a close distance, if one did not make any preparations beforehand, forget about Xiao Yan, even the surrounding elite Dodi would not be able to do so. Zhuolin's eyes were sharp as he stared at Xiao Yan from the empty space not far away from the arena. He believed that since Xiao Yan was able to survive in the hands of the leaders of the four large sects, he would not have been able to survive until now if he did not have a strong enough foundation. As expected, when the enormous sword was about to land on Xiao Yan's head in everyone's eyes, Xiao Yan finally gently lifted his eyes. A glint flickered deep within his eyes. Haha, Xiao Yan, die. I will help you hand your corpse over to the sect. A mocking laughter was emitted from Huoba's mouth. At the same time, the enormous sword in his hand heavily descended. However, in the next moment, when the enormous sword in Huoba's hand violently descended and pierced through Xiao Yan's body, the expression in Huoba's eyes suddenly changed drastically. This, afterimage, how is this possible? Huoba's heart was filled with shock. This was simply unbelievable. A moment ago, Xiao Yan was clearly below him. How was it that in the blink of an eye, only an afterimage was left? This kind of thing was really too unbelievable. When this scene appeared in front of everyone's eyes, it was not only Huoba. Even the group of elite Dodi, as well as Zhuolin and Zhuo Bentang, who were behind Huoba, had different expressions on their faces. Zhuolin was still fine. Although he felt quite surprised in his heart at the scene in front of him, he had already expected it in his heart. His heart swiftly calmed down when he saw Xiao Yan's afterimage gradually disappear under the enormous sword. On the other hand, the group of elite Dodi, who were standing outside of the battle, suddenly felt their hearts tremble when they saw this strange scene in front of them. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan had actually disappeared without them noticing when facing an attack from a 3-star Dodi. Wasn't this a little too frightening? This guy. How did he do it? Even if it was the heavenly annihilation step, with his mere strength of a half-martial emperor, it was impossible for his speed to reach such a terrifying level. This guy, he's not human. The group of elite Dodi's faces were filled with shock as they stared at Xiao Yan's afterimage in the arena, which was gradually disappearing. The shock in their hearts was even greater. Young master, it is unexpected that this Xiao Yan is actually, being able to become the joint wanted criminal of the four large sects. How can he not have some skill? Even what you have seen now is merely the tip of the iceberg of Xiao Yan's true strength. If he were to really use his full strength, it is likely that even the combined strength of our two clans would have difficulty taking him down. Before Zhuo Bentang's voice sounded, Zhuolin quickly shook his head and laughed softly. Zhuolin's eyes suddenly turned at this moment when he said these words. He looked at a certain empty space above this open ground. At the same time, a human figure wearing a black robe slowly stepped out of the empty space at that spot. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than Xiao Yan? When Zhuo Bentang heard Zhuo Lin's words, he involuntarily frowned on Zhuo Lin's behalf. His heart swiftly thought for a moment before looking at Zhuo Lin in front of him. He frowned and said, "Young master's words sound a little like you are destroying your own prestige." Zhuo Lin immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled when these words sounded. His gaze immediately glanced at Zhuo Lin as he replied with a calm tone, "You say that I am destroying my own prestige. Cuckoo, do you think that you can dodge that move of Huo Bao's earlier?" The expression on Zhuo Bentang's face involuntarily became slightly startled when these words were uttered. His mouth opened slightly, but he ultimately frowned and did not say anything. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Zhuo Bentang understood in his heart that even he did not have much confidence in dodging that move of Huo Bao's earlier. However, Xiao Yan had strangely dodged it in front of the eyes of so many elite Dou Di. Just this point alone was enough to cause him to feel inferior. But young master, Xiao Yan is merely borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. Otherwise, how can a mere bandit like him compare with a 3-star Dou Di like Huo Bao? You say that Xiao Yan is borrowing the might of the sky absolute steps. However, don't tell me that he is not relying on the strength of a Dou Di. When exchanging blows with others, one should rely on one's own ability. Never place the word fairness in one's heart. Otherwise, why don't you also use the strength of a 6-star bandit to fight with him? Zhuo Bentang was dull. He had yet to spit out the words in his mouth when Zhuo Lin continued to speak. You should feel fortunate that you are a 3-star Dou Di. Otherwise, it is really difficult to say just what the result of this battle would be. Even Sun Hanshi, a 1-star Dou Di, had died in Xiao Yan's hands. An opponent of the same level is just like mud to him. He can step on them as he wishes. Zhuo Bentang completely recovered after these words were spoken. He thought about how Sun Hanshi was ultimately an elite Dou Di. Yet, he had died in Xiao Yan's hands. Just how great was the strength that Xiao Yan possessed? Zhuo Bentang's wrinkled forehead involuntarily overflowed with cold sweat when he thought of this. Only then did he understand that Xiao Yan's strength was far greater than he had imagined. He was already so strong when he was merely a bandit. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening Xiao Yan's strength would be once Xiao Yan fully matured. Zhuo Lin's and Huo Bao's eyes looked at Xiao Yan, who had appeared at a certain spot in the empty space. The former's eyes contained a solemn expression. At the same time, it also contained some ridicule. On the other hand, Huo Bao's face was green. He was a 3-star Dou Di. Yet, someone had actually dodged his fatal attack at such a short distance. The most infuriating thing was that the person who had dodged his attack was actually a mere 6-star bandit. If it was an ordinary time, Huo Bao would definitely be able to kill such a person with a single slap. However, Xiao Yan had caused his heart to be both shocked and furious. Huff and puff, Xiao Yan, who had appeared, was panting with his mouth. It was as though he had experienced some kind of intense exercise. The aura of his entire body involuntarily rose and fell. Although Xiao Yan had perfectly dodged that attack from earlier, the other party was after all an elite Dou Di. When Xiao Yan had used all his strength to activate the sky absolute steps, it had naturally exhausted the Dou Qi within his body. The action from earlier had exhausted nearly 1/5 of the Dou Qi within Xiao Yan's body. This price could not be considered small. Of course, in proportion to this, Xiao Yan had also narrowly dodged Huo Bao's sudden attack. Even if you are lucky enough to dodge it once, there will definitely not be a second time. Huo Bao's expression was gloomy as he softly cursed. Soon after, his body suddenly shook and he once again charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. After the previous incident, this time around, Huo Bao did not dare to be careless. The instant his body flashed, his body transformed into a resplendent ray of light, just like the stars in the night sky. This speed was undoubtedly much more terrifying than before. Although the two of them were separated by 1,000 feet, this was merely a matter of an instant in the eyes of an elite Dodi. Soon after, Huoba's strong body once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan like a wall. The enormous sword in his hand was raised high above his head. The instant his body appeared, the enormous sword in his hand carried an incomparably sharp sword aura as it fell towards Xiao Yan's head. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face swiftly became stern. He flipped his hand and stored the heavy Xian ruler into his storage ring. His feet moved and the sky absolute steps was quickly unleashed. In the next moment, everyone present clearly saw that Xiao Yan's body had turned into a breeze the instant the enormous sword in Huoba's hand fell. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from this open ground. Soon after, the enormous sword in Huoba's hand once again slashed through empty air. Ha! Huoba's heart was suddenly shocked. Soon after, his eyes suddenly turned and looked at a certain spot in the empty space. Xiao Yan's figure had once again appeared. Ha! Xiao Yan, die! A soul-shaking roar was suddenly emitted from Huoba's mouth. At the same time, Huoba's body once again flashed with an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also followed Huoba's violent movements and rushed up time and time again. The great Tao strength combined with the wonder of the sky absolute steps allowed Xiao Yan to take the initiative each time, dodging all of Huoba's sharp attacks. In an instant, the latter was unable to do anything to Xiao Yan. Outside the arena, Zhuolin and Zhuo Bentang quietly observed the situation. However, they had no intention of intervening. Huoba was naturally aware of this. He knew that the hungry wolf from the Zhuo clan would not intervene unless there was meat. Therefore, he stopped Huitiani, who had originally intended to step forward to help. His goal was to have someone on his side restrain the Zhuo clan at this moment. Otherwise, once Huitiani and his strength were mostly depleted by Xiao Yan, even if they managed to capture Xiao Yan at that time, they would only end up benefiting the Zhuo clan. This was not something that Huoba was willing to do. Bang! Finally, after a long period of chasing, Xiao Yan was ultimately unable to dodge Huoba's shadowy pursuit. Although the two of them had only clashed for a short moment, Xiao Yan was blasted back by Huoba's attack. With this attack, he actually landed at the edge of the arena. At this moment, behind Xiao Yan was an endless abyss that stretched as far as the eye could see. His foot coincidentally stepped on the edge of the arena. Although he did not miss, Xiao Yan seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly shrank back. Xiao Yan, aren't you very good at running? Now, I want to see where you can run to. Huoba's body moved. In the blink of an eye, he was standing a short distance away from Xiao Yan. His gaze was dense as he stared at Xiao Yan in front of him. It was likely that the current Xiao Yan had suffered quite a serious injury after receiving his attack. After all, no matter how one compared him, Huoba was an elite 3-star Dodi. In front of a true elite Dodi, no matter how strong a Bandi was, it would pale in comparison. The enormous sword in Huoba's hand suddenly shook with force. An incomparable sword aura immediately surged apart, causing the empty space around him to bend and hum as it trembled. Soon after, an extremely frightening aura swept out from Huoba's body and heavily pressured Xiao Yan at this moment. Soon after, Xiao Yan sensed the frightening aura and pressure that had suddenly descended from above his head. His face, which was already somewhat pale due to his lack of Do Qi, had become completely bloodless at this moment. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled snort. Xiao Yan frowned. A thought passed through his mind and the Do Qi that was flowing within the veins in his body began to circulate. He wanted to use this to block the latter's aura and pressure. Unfortunately, under Huoba's powerful aura and pressure, even the circulation speed of the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body was greatly affected. It was impossible for him to contend with it. Haha, this is really a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself if you intend to resist the pressure of my imposing aura with the strength of a mere quasi-emperor? Sensing the unusual movement within Xiao Yan's body, Ba parted his mouth and smiled. His smile was filled with disdain. At this moment Zhuolin, who was outside the arena, could not help but frown slightly when he saw this scene. Zhuo Bentang by the side also raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. He immediately smiled and said to Zhuolin, "Is young master thinking about this Xiao Yan again?" "Yes." Zhuolin nodded his head gently as a reply. "Ha, young master, you think too highly of this Xiao Yan. Even if his strength is extraordinary, his training talent is extremely good, and even if he defies the heavens, reality is ultimately cruel. His strength is ultimately only that of a Ban-di and not a Do-di. A Ban-di will never be a match for a Do-di. Even if he killed Sun Hanshi, this only proves that his puppet is extraordinary. I'm afraid that young master is a little too focused." Zhuo Bentang's eyes focused on Zhuolin in front of him as he spoke in a respectful tone. "Oh. Have I really thought too highly of him?" Hearing this, Zhuolin finally slowly turned his head and stared at Zhuo Bentang. His eyes were so calm that it was frightening as he spoke. Seeing Zhuolin once again reveal this gaze that caused one's hair to stand on end, Zhuo Bentang felt a chill run down his spine despite his age. Zhuolin's expression did not fluctuate at all as he withdrew his gaze. It once again landed on Xiao Yan in the arena. Sticking to the old ways and refusing to change. This is the reason why my Zhuo clan is unable to replace the 4 large sections. This sudden sentence caused Zhuo Bentang's expression to abruptly change drastically. Before he could say anything to stop Zhuolin quickly opened his mouth and continued. "It is not that I think too highly of Xiao Yan. Instead, it is all of you. Do you think that no one on the continent is a match for you just because you are an elite Do-di? Do you not know that there is always someone better than you? Have you seen a second person other than Xiao Yan who has comprehended the great Tao at the Ban-di class? No, you have not seen it before, but it does not mean that there is none. My Zhuo clan is merely a frog at the bottom of a well in the entire Yuanwu continent. However, do you think that these so-called 4 large sects are any better?" The cold reprimand was filled with self-mockery. Being the eldest son of the Zhuo clan, Zhuolin, who could be considered a genius in the entire western region, naturally possessed his own wild ambition. Perhaps in the eyes of others, the 4 large sects were already the top factions in the western region. Being able to join them could be considered extremely fortunate. This point was something that quite a number of people in the Zhuo clan that Zhuolin belonged to also had such thoughts in their hearts. However, the difference between them and Zhuolin was that from the way he saw it, it was his destiny to become the future leader of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even though this was the case, the Heavenly Sword sect was merely a starting point for him. In the face of his great strength, the so-called 4 large sects were merely stepping stones in his eyes. His future would definitely not be limited to this. Of course, this would also depend on the choice of the clan behind him. If the entire Zhuo clan was willing to accept him as their leader and use the strength of the entire clan to send him to the top, the Zhuo clan would definitely rise in status in the future. Otherwise, it was likely that their Zhuo clan would be trapped in this tiny corner of the continent for generations to come. If a real man wishes to accomplish something, he must not be constrained by small details. Moreover, he must not be complacent and stubborn. As for now, let's just wait and see. Xiao Yan was able to survive under the combined attack of the 4 large sections. How can he be easily dealt with by a boorish fellow like Hubei? After the cold reprimand, Zhuolin finally quietened down and no longer spoke. Beside him, Zhuo Bentang's eyes were filled with shock as he stared at Zhuolin in front of him. He had never imagined that the young master of his clan would actually possess such a temperament at such a young age. This was something that even he could not compare to. Admiration was revealed in his eyes as he sighed in his heart. Soon after, Luo Bentang also turned his gaze towards Xiao Yan, who was currently in the arena. After Zhuolin's words, he firmly believed in his heart that the Xiao Yan in front of him was definitely not as simple as he appeared to be. Of course, the other people in the arena were naturally unaware of the conversation between the two of them. Numerous pairs of eyes stared at Xiao Yan in the arena. Their eyes were either filled with suspicion, pity, or cold laughter. It was as though Xiao Yan had already entered a certain death situation. Humph humph. At this moment, the corners of Huo Bao's mouth lifted into a disdainful smile. He glanced at the two Zhuo clan members behind him from the corner of his eyes. When he saw that the two of them were actually not moving, he could not help but secretly feel suspicious in his heart. At the same time, Huo Bao held the giant sword in his hand as he slowly walked towards Xiao Yan with heavy footsteps. He took a full 2 minutes to cover the distance of 100 feet. Huo Bao arrived in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, the latter's expression appeared grave. There was a frightening pressure above his head. His entire body was dripping with perspiration. However, it was all cold perspiration. Huo Bao focused his eyes and looked over. The thing that caused him to feel uncertain was that Xiao Yan's originally pale face had appeared swollen red at this moment. Soon after, Huo Bao casually skipped over these details. He slowly extended his left hand, and the cold smile on the corners of his mouth gradually widened. In the end, he slowly pressed his hand on Xiao Yan's chest. A mere bandit actually dares to act so recklessly in front of this emperor. Wouldn't it be extremely easy for me to kill you? It would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. Huo Bao's tone was filled with ridicule as he coldly laughed. At the same time, the hand that was imprinted on Xiao Yan's chest shook slightly. Soon after, an extremely frightening dou qi erupted from his palm like a volcano. Soon after, it completely penetrated Xiao Yan's entire body from front to back. Chapter 686. Seeing that Xiao Yan's body had been penetrated once again, the expression in Huo Bao's eyes suddenly hardened. His palm, which he had shot out, was tightly clenched into a fist. Damn it! It is actually an afterimage again. Huo Bao viciously cursed in his heart. Soon after, his body suddenly turned back. A pair of eyes that were filled with fury instantly looked at a certain spot in the empty space behind him. At that spot, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, was slowly appearing. The instant this human figure appeared, Zhuolin, who had been staring intently at Xiao Yan, could not help but frown at this moment. A suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. Zhuolin's heart was filled with endless doubt as he stared at the gradually disappearing afterimage in front of Huo Bao. Earlier, he had clearly sensed the fluctuation of aura within Xiao Yan's body. From the looks of it, it was clear that he was already prepared to attack. However, the current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. What exactly is he planning to do? Even I am unable to guess his intentions. Zhuolin's heart was filled with shock. In his memory, there were only a handful of people who could cause him to be unable to guess the actions of others. Even those few people were people with extraordinary statuses in the entire Western region. However, the Xiao Yan in front of him really caused his heart to be filled with doubt. At this moment, Huo Bao, who was in the arena, stared intently at the black-robed human figure that had suddenly appeared in the empty space. He suddenly waved the enormous sword in his hand and his strong body immediately turned into a cannonball that shot explosively towards Xiao Yan in the empty space. Ha! Xiao Yan! Die! A furious low roar was emitted from Huo Bao's mouth. His rushing body once again shook. Dou qi poured out, causing the empty space around him to fluctuate intensely. In the blink of an eye, Huo Bao's body appeared in front of the black-robed person. Huo Bao waved his large hand. The sharp edge of his sword heavily landed on the black-robed person's head with the force of breaking bamboo. The moment the terrifying sword aura came into contact with the black-robed man's black robe, it seemed to have fallen into a bottomless abyss and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the air, Zhuolin stared at the black-robed man. He did not dare to be careless. As the saying goes, a person closely involved in a situation is baffled while a bystander sees it clearly. He had already sensed the swiftly draining dou qi within Xiao Yan's body earlier. However, from the situation before his eyes, it was clear that Xiao Yan had yet to make a move. The more this was the case, the more Zhuolin could not be careless in his heart. Immediately after, the huge sword in Huo Ba's hand pierced through the black-robed man's body under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but feel shocked for Xiao Yan. They could not help but reveal a stunned expression on their faces. Dodging the attacks of a 3-star dou di in succession. Such a frightening speed was something that very few of the elite dou di present could achieve. However, this was something that even they were unable to do. Yet, a 6-star bandi had done it one after another. This speed could really be described as frightening. Another afterimage. Huo Ba's expression involuntarily became gloomy when he saw the black-robed man in front of him explode into a cream-white fog. His entire body trembled intensely because of the fury in his heart. He, a dignified elite dou di, had merely killed a 6-star bandi. Yet, he had been toyed with by Xiao Yan. His repeated attacks were all dodged by Xiao Yan. How could he remain calm in his heart? Where would he put his face as an elite dou di? The fury in his heart caused the fury in his heart to become even greater. He did not expect that Xiao Yan, a bandi, would actually be able to bring him such great trouble. Zhuolin had another guess in his heart when he saw the black-robed human figure explode in front of Huo Ba. If that black shadow was really just an afterimage, it should have dissipated with the wind, and not explode into a thick fog like this black-robed man, wrapping Huo Ba in it. No, this is not an afterimage. It is impossible for an afterimage to be like this. Since this is the case, where is Xiao Yan? Where is Xiao Yan's actual body? Zhuolin knit his brows tightly. The doubt in his heart grew even greater. Since this was not an afterimage of Xiao Yan and was not his actual body, where was Xiao Yan at this moment? It was impossible for him to have disappeared into thin air from this open ground, right? Damn it. Xiao Yan, are you a loach? If you have the ability, fight with the old me. A furious roar sounded in the open ground. Huo Ba's body shook and the dou qi within his body immediately swept out. It swiftly scattered the thick fog that surrounded him. An extremely frightening force and pressure also swept out from Huo Ba's body. It was just like a storm that swiftly swept over the open ground. At the same time, a slight cheat sound was also emitted. However, it was perfectly covered by the former's voice. Even though this was the case, this slight sound was still detected by Zhuolin, who was completely focused at this moment. Zhuolin's heart was slightly startled. Soon after, the frowning Zhuolin's eyes suddenly turned. He looked at the edge of the open ground, which was the spot where Xiao Yan had been standing earlier. Earlier, Huo Ba had scattered one of Xiao Yan's afterimages with one hand at that spot. However, at this moment, Zhuolin could clearly sense that the cheat sound had originated from that spot. Don't tell me, Zhuolin's heart involuntarily felt a great shock when he thought of a certain possibility. At the same time, he also felt a wave of terror because of Xiao Yan's crazy action. However, a black figure flashed across the open ground like a bolt of lightning in the next moment. The direction it was heading was where Huo Ba was currently standing. Wherever the black shadow passed, the surrounding space did not stir up any abnormalities. Even the flowing wind in the air was not affected in the slightest. Young master. Shuo Bentang, who was standing beside Zhuolin, had naturally sensed the black light that had suddenly appeared. Such a frightening speed caused even his heart to involuntarily tighten. Immediately, the expression on his old face changed slightly. Doqi swiftly surged out of his body as he prepared to attack. Although the relationship between their two clans was not friendly, they were currently standing on the same side. He could not just watch something happen to Huoba. Wait! Have you forgotten what I said earlier so quickly? Huoba is a 3-star Do-D and is not so easy to deal with. If we don't attack, there will naturally be someone who is more anxious than us. Zhuolin stopped Zhuo Bentang just as he was preparing to attack. At the same time, he faintly spat out a sentence. His gaze turned and looked at Huotianyi in the air. Zhuo Bentang finally understood when he saw this. His tightly knit brows relaxed. The turbulent Do-Qi within his body also gradually calmed down at this moment. Compared to the two of them, Huotianyi was naturally the most anxious in his heart at this moment. Seeing that the black light had already arrived behind Huoba in the blink of an eye, Huotianyi's expression suddenly changed drastically. His heart was incomparably anxious. Without thinking, the Do-Qi within the vortex within his body wildly surged out as though it was free. Soon after, his body wildly flashed and rushed toward the black light. The latter had already arrived in the blink of an eye. However, it was also at this moment that the black light completely appeared. It was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. Only at this moment did Huoba recover. He abruptly turned his head and saw Xiao Yan, who had suddenly appeared behind him. Xiao Yan. This sudden scene caused the expression on Huoba's face to suddenly become startled. However, before he could do anything, Xiao Yan's face was flush red as his palm landed heavily on Huoba's back. Heart-shattering palm. Following the furious cry that was emitted from Xiao Yan's heart, a frightening Do-Qi suddenly poured out from Xiao Yan's palm and wildly poured into Huoba's body. Soon after, it became like a wild horse that had escaped its reins as it wildly raged within his body. In the blink of an eye, Huoba's face quickly turned bright red. A blood color filled his entire body. His entire body suddenly felt cool. Soon after, he was forcefully sent flying by Xiao Yan's palm. At the same time, Huotianyi, who had finally arrived late, waved his large hand and similarly threw a punch that heavily smashed onto Xiao Yan's chest at this moment. Bang! Two miserable bangs sounded at the same time. Soon after, everyone present saw two similarly black-robed human figures flying backwards in different directions. The auras of the two of them had also swiftly weakened at this moment. After the two of them stabilized their bodies with great difficulty, Xiao Yan and Huoba involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Even their expressions had turned pale in an instant. Of course, compared to Huoba, Xiao Yan's condition was naturally even weaker. Although Xiao Yan's heart-shattering palm had completely landed on Huoba's body, it was just as Zhuolin had said. Huoba was after all a 3-star Do-D. Even with the strength of Xiao Yan's palm, it was difficult to kill him. At the very most, it could only cause him to lose his fighting strength for a short period of time. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was different from the former. In order to unleash this attack, Xiao Yan had really paid quite a big price. Young master, why is Xiao Yan's attack so sudden? At this moment, Zhuo Bentang, who was in the empty space, had also discovered some clues. He frowned as he looked at Zhuolin in front of him. At this moment, he had been completely subdued by the latter. Although his age was far greater than the latter's, one's temperament was not something that could be judged by age alone. Have you finally discovered this point? Hearing this, Zhuolin also slowly exhaled a breath of air. His voice was somewhat solemn as he spoke. When these words were spoken, Zhuo Bentang could not help but frown. His heart felt incomparably uncertain. Although Xiao Yan's speed had caused him to be quite surprised in his heart, it did not seem to be sufficient to cause Zhuolin in front of him to reveal such an expression. Appearing to have sensed the emotions in Zhuo Bentang's heart, Zhuolin quickly tightened his brows. His eyes stared intently at the pale-faced Xiao Yan in the arena. He paused for a moment before speaking in a serious voice. Xiao Yan, since I made my debut, you are the first person that I truly admire. If it was not for Huitiani or Huoba, something might have really happened to him. Genius 1 second. Remember this website address. Mobile version reading website.